Yo, how's it going, everyone? I totally did not want to say the other word. If you are testing the delay, it should be fine now. Because, you know, so, you know what, fuck it, let me pull up display capture. Wait, not yet. I have to log in first. Oops. Okay, now I can pull up display capture. So normally, when scheduling a stream, I just do this, reuse settings, and then I pick literally the previous solo or whatnot. However, because I was streaming Arknights, I instead clicked create new. And you know, I set up everything and whatnot. Let's do it privately, cause you know, funny. And then you can set the delay here. You can only set the delay once the stream is actually here. However, once you are streaming, you can no longer set this shit. And because I always stream on ultra low, the normal latency is like, what, 30 seconds? So it was so awesome. It genuinely was so awesome. Peak YouTube technology. So when I redid the stream, I redid everything except set the latency before pressing start. Because I never have to set that shit. Because it always stays on ultra low. Because I'm always reusing the last used for shit. I fucking love-hate it. It's so ass, it's so peak. I got the ego and the ish ID first 20 pulls. You know what? I do have tickets. I also have this shit. Wait, the announcer is a spoiler. Do you think I'll get the announcer? Do you really think that I'll get the announcer? In how many pulls? In 12 pulls. Yes. Okay, fuck it. Don't do this to me. Okay. Oh! Oh, those are deco extraction tickets. Oh! You know what? Let's use this one first. Two. Yep, incredible. The fuck you mean?
보시다시피 일입니다. 우두께서 그동안 놀고 먹으며 테레비만 보았으니
그러니까 S자 주변 정세를 알아보려 두문불출한 것이라고 분명. 아니다. 그래 일이나 가르쳐 주렴.
There is no fucking way!
마이크가 이렇게
Absolute fucking cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. Yeah, I think we peaked. I don't think I need to do these remaining pulls. It's only going downhill from here. But you know what? Fuck it. You can't get swayed anywhere. Ah, so it literally is downhill from here. Curse of Mercer, no. Mercer is our guy. Mercer would be good friends with Prikov. And this is going to be funny for like 3 people in chat. Absolute cinema. Okay. It is time to re-enable the background music and kill the Touhou music. You still didn't get the new stuff. Yep. I mean, I got the only new stuff that was the spoiler, so, you know, fitting. Remind me to put on the spoiler. Yo, what RGID do I short Codion or Rufo? You have to wait for Walpurgis to short the Night of Despair. So, kinda the only one you can right now is Rufo, if you want a newer one. I'll say this. I started off not liking Rufo Roja, and as I was using her both in the solo and during the Rufo Refractorial, I began to like her. I found out that she is a fun ID. I have a funny idea. Oh no, Klinken. Do you want to hang the wish method for the event bonus? I looked at the bonus IDs and I could make this team. I could. Where's the fucking team that I use? Yeah, this should be fine. However, small issue. Did the Kurokomo get buff? No, they did not, right? I think the last time I used these IDs was during the first Kurokomo Blade Lineage event. Can I hop on Warframe and give you template? Brother, I have 0 plat. I gave you all of my plat to buy you a fucking potato. Fuck, I used all my plat to buy a fucking potato. Honestly, I think I am kind of fine. Because the only thing that I'm going to be missing out... Oh no, spoilers! The only thing that I'll be missing out is... But actually this is where I had to go. Is like the titles. Because those are the ones that I'll probably won't get, but I don't care. By the way, Honglu is a really good welfare ID. Klinka, you are starting to sound like Carmen. 90 rolling skill 1, what in the fuck are you talking about? Holy f... Read his condi... Nah. Nah, fuck that. We are going to raw dog this. No reading. You came to the illiterate streamer. Alright. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... There. No. Heathcliff's been in the vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dante. Huh? Oh, sorry, did you say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. Is the sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battle... When I'm trying to support battles happening in the completely different places at once. On top of that, Rogia's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered Ankor's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of Ankor to take care of a distortion case. Vanguard like Arknights? I actually started learning how to speak properly without damaging my voice because of that fucking Arknights stream. I shit you fucking not. I looked up breathing exercises and stuff like that to be able to speak properly for hours. Just to not damage my voice after reading Arknights. What even happened during that stream? About 3 hours of reading. So, you know, just the usual. Does Arknights have that much text? It's like Limbus, but it's not voice acted. Not even in Japanese or Korean. So for the stream I actually had to read everything. Every bit of dialogue, every bit of text. It was both surprisingly fun and painful at the same time. Early chapters aren't voiced in Arknights? You're telling me that the later chapters are voiced in Arknights? No. Well, fuck me, I guess. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but Distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street. Without any coherent pattern, no obvious point of origin or route a route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the singers into several groups and send them out. I thought the early chapters got voiced. 10, you were literally there on the stream with me. I know that for the first 2 hours there was like a 2 hour long delay, but you were there. You heard that there was no voice. By early chapters mean 0 to 4. When I played 0 to 4, they were still not voiced. Those are not voiced. Thank you, Klinken. The delay was miserable. No. The delay was peak. It was so funny. I love it that the default delay on fucking YouTube is 30 fucking seconds. And you have to manually set it to lower. It's so fun. And you can change it to be a different default, because that would be too convenient. Otis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisung and Merso were on their way to the rendezvous with LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor and Honglu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions, and with our onboard stock scrapped down to the bottom, Rogia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I've been putting off, and I thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I acquired. I'm back, hi back. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has on several recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners. Could it be you can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Cause you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right, you really are cut off from the Gesellschaft. That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right. Motherfucker. Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omission in the official records. The manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right, despite Keikor's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arayashiki severing people from existence. I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But, ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no signs of returning. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the boss team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Okay, I can understand why this is the best canto so far, or best intervallo so far. Bongi. Yes. Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey, that is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And the treasure will give me back my memories and my head also. Indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. Oh! I don't think I've seen you play solo yet. Well, you know, it's only what I mostly do. Sometimes I murder my voice reading the intervalos or Arknights. Or drink and play railway. Oh! Fucking auto-translate! Man, I'm showing this. I thought you were talking in English. But in fact, you were stealing my boiler to sell it to others. God damn. I still have no idea what exactly... Fuck, I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing... Is that the me from before all of this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another word with no discernible mental image. An aspect is a particular part, feature, or perspective of a complex idea, situation, or object. It refers to one of the many ways something can be viewed or analyzed. Thank you, Half-Life Scientist. Very cool. And you're not gonna tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect. What it means or why I wanted it so much. If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Rodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier, but that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. What if Dante was secretly purple? How do you become secretly purple? Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team is still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Roger, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? And Otis's group, let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD? Then that guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC? No, it's not an incident. No, I wouldn't say it's not serious. I think the only way for Dante to turn purple, to secretly be purple all this time, is for us to be colorblind. But if Faust was green, same answer. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up, helping the other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Exclamation mark. Why are you waving your hand all of a... arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it. So scatter. That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make a boast of a chivalric elegance, yet when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. To think that all of the personnel in the team, only the swabbies has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to non-verbal signals. It's hard for me to decipher what Don is saying half the time. Like, what the hell does forsooth even mean? Okay, you know what, let me break it down. As someone whose first language is not English. Oh fuck, this is going to be hard. Verily is just truly. In this context, basically. Flourish, you know, when you... when you do a motion that is cool. A single hand not indeed make boast of chivalric elegance. Single hand is indeed boasting of chivalric, knightly elegance. But when you wave your arm about, clenching, unclenching your hand, mystical fashion, she means she doesn't fucking understand what she's doing. Only suddenly to turn tail, run away. Forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanest to say. It means indeed, yeah. Yeah. Basically, she's saying, I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Now, what if Don Quixote was yellow? Dear Half-Life scientist, are you perhaps colorblind? Because she is yellow. Did you eat? Who knows? That's for me to know and you to find out. That's why the poll exists. This is unacceptable. After all, alright, I already read it. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yup, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing. Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Oh? Finito a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the... What the fuck is that word? Incipience of a wellspring. Can someone please translate for me? I'm not English enough for this. I don't know either, dude. Origin. Enough to be likened to the origin of a wellspring. I mean... It should be enacted post-haste that this explanation is given a medallion worthy of your comprehension. So like something made out of copper. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all the after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside of the building. Great! Can you check on the distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented, makes my skin crawl, not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... this one appeared to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. This suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, say as thou. How? How was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things, no big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl. This time that dude, I mean Mr. Bamboo-Headed Kim's also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is. But last time you said he was still under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Engdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. Aha, that? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. Ah, you have arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright, the midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight, because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. Then what exactly is this light? Yeah, why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I am yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It's activated of its own accord, and I've yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something or you broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. But Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's understanding and must be examined with care. I swear, did you gamble? I sure did. You know what was the only thing I got? The fucking announcer. And nothing else. I quite literally spoiled myself. Like, brother, how the fuck? Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. Hang on, did you just say mentor? Ah, I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. Switch, where's the switch? Aha, gotcha. You want my Ishmael support? No, I'm fine. Goodness. Known as a bamboo-headed Kim. Yes, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The bamboo-headed kin I remember was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been a while. He was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here is bamboo-headed Kim? Yep, we double checked with Ezra and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, that fire on your head's not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. Can you? Okay, can we check again just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Also, do you want to know a fun fact? Yes. Further confirmation would be redundant on that. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bombuet at Kim. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. He already has more sprites than Merso. Okay, how many sprites does Merso have? Because if it's like 3, then it's not impressive. Engdu, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you're a gallant and formidable warrior, Mental. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. I also told them that you're a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. Engdu? Yes, Mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me, don't you think? Yet I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and taciturn when conserving with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So, I refrained from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name, and mine by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my folks. In any case, so you can't see anything if I block this part. Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to the Limbus company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest, yet for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderfire. Merso has 22 sprites? They don't just tell him to go touch grass? Yes. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she was conducting a formal investigation. Every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that hard. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. Well, so let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job with a frown too, I might add. Only when he's got absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Engdu's apparently been promoting me as folks. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place, if you'd rather be unemployed? No, never mind, they probably force you to stay. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortion and all, and then Force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's his name, Golden Ball? Yes, they invited me on a tour to another apartment to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Engdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duties shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows, maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Peak. Oh, holy peak. Lady Ezra, may I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much fun. In position on the budget, that is. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up to a lot, you know. You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No, can't. Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discord. Yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item, so I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you amid the conversation. Pray continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Engdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, so that day I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least he understood that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Engdu's prosthetic arm as he answered. Oh, Miss Engdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Engdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Engdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. It's not just the arms, even her clothes are different now, and that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host in one of the LCD teams had prepared them in advance. My entire chat in this stream will be how good Honglu looks, how much of a Pookie Kim is, and my absolute hate for Engdu. Why do you hate Engdu? With evident satisfaction, Engdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such a graceful smoothness, wed to machine articulation, this as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries' N7 lineup. Oh, N7! I didn't know Limbus had a collaboration with Mass Effect as well. Damn. But I thought that model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena Deciphering team. You are making shit up at this point. She's becoming a clanker. She's a sweating casual lobbies. She has made my god Ezra go into fucking depth, and I want Mook. So you're telling me that the problem is that she isn't clanker enough yet? Ah. And they put them on her for trial. Now she'll find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as he had glimpsed something that brought him back to the memory. Then, just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. No, she's too much clanker. No, it's the opposite problem. Clearly she isn't clanker enough. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair and why it cast a shadow over his face, but... Sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lacked tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. Haha, it's alright, I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. Did Vendra this store and wants me to rage bait? I mean, it's Vendra we're talking about. So you know. But on the other hand, Engdu is fucking fun. I love her. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on borrowing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh please girl, we walked for just 4 hours, that's nothing. I fucking love him. While everyone was distracted, taking in Engdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio. Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably this thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over his hand, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she had realized something. but Mercer's hand shot out before she could even finish clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the slip could be pulled out. What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out though. It can be rewound. Carefully rotate the wrist section on the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Okay, you mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates. Yup, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Mercer took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside, experiment number 4. It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Mercer's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by ANCORP are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we managed to regroup in one piece. Don't make a joke, don't make a joke. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Alright, fine, I'll give her a chance. I mean, she got prosthetic arms because her real arms are gone. I think that's justifiable. You know. Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. But Ezra and I, we're both still trying to free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. What the fuck does perky disposition mean? I've already heard that word in a much different context. SMH should have stayed armless and used her legs. Just take an arm off from a dead body. I mean, I want to argue, but I can't because I'm not a math student. We need Carmen here. Carmen can either agree with you or tell you why you're wrong about using a dead person's arm. Does there yet remain aught deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of the distortion nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other sinners' teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether the distortion suppression has not in fact already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point. Anyhow, finding an inflection point without the team leaders around, without the team leader around, gonna take some time. Maybe it won't be too hard with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. You know, all these distortions but no Carmen. Guess he's working overtime. I mean, it explains why Carmen isn't here in chat. She's too busy working on the interval. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may be less a mathematical term and a more specialized polyseme, referring to the point at which distortions occur, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection I was talking about. So, in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortions are hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens the door into their phantoms or whatever, right? You mean dodging out the phantoms? Yup, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot out of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it. I almost bit my sleeve off. Not Camille, I need username. Just pretend to be Corman. Specifically, pretend to be Krish. Verily, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortion. Also, if you want notification, join Discord and click on the stream nugget roll or whatever. Wink wink. Because I always post stream notifications 15 minutes before the stream starts. Camille is there, brother. I do not fucking know which Camille this is. I've seen like 5 different versions of Camille. It's the fake Camille. Okay, my guess was right. But still, click on the stream notification thingy. And then you'll be notified. This is the real chat one, Camille. Ah, so you are the real Camille. You are the OG. Ah, I see. Verily, I had thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, beefs try brute force approaches to it first, then when things go south they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been Migo. Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to the commission, all kinds of agencies like the DDBY and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right and get the job. And the job got passed on to us. Meaning the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets. Exactly. That's why we gotta find something, anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat, ash-grey suits, and the logo on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that Ancorp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Merceau... I was once employed by Ancorp. Well, you used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work at Ancorp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Merceau? Yes, manager. These are Anchor Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Service de Touhou. I think. If that's not how you say it, then I guess I'm done. Mercer recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pinframe team. Huh. Anything you can tell us about them? Yes. It is one of Anchor's many field departments related to the information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of Anchor's internal information, analysis of Anchor's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of Anchor's internal information, and inter-sector. That'd be enough. Oh, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if you borrow him sometimes? Hide on. Fuck. It's so over. Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. It's like everyone agrees that he's encyclopedia. Anyways, your encyclopedia is right. They are from Anchor's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in Anchor's Nest. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to the shabby back streets like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. The possible range of connections between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. Ezra staring holes into me with an unspoken, "Is this dude always like this?" wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay then, Marcel. Maybe this will be easier to answer, from an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Mercer's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with. There is no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mercer's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner, got it, then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the backstreets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can, because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off as a simple, "Oh yeah, I see my bad as usual." Yeah, what's up, Tomboy? Yes, manager. Okay, I need water. This is starting to feel like an Arknights story chapter. Which, you know. He is right. Every opinion is subjective, except mine. Mine are objective. If you disagree with me, you are wrong. Thank you, Vendra. You picked the words right out of my mouth. Thank you for agreeing me. Thank you for agreeing with me that my points are objective. The only objective points ever released. So with that said, let's say some hot takes in chat, you know? You know what? I'll start. I could not give a shit about Rankler or Yansong. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of Anchor's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant on the backstreets, collaborating with Anchor's NES, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the NES. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? Like, things usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are Anchor staff. And Miss Angdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I am looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or fold of their garments. Lady Moses had been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her eyes, with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card. And, okay. This one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't wanna be robbers. Aha, this might be it. An order missive. Uma Musume doesn't have enough horses. Uma Musume has 0 horses. In the world of Uma Musume, horses do not exist. So much so that the writing system in Uma Musume got changed. Because the word for horse is Uma, and it's kind of designed after a horse, because it has 4 legs, 4 strokes at the bottom, like a horse has. However, in Uma Musume, every single time that character shows up, it only has 2 strokes at the bottom, or 2 legs, because Uma Musume only have 2 legs. Ain't it news in Uma Musume? I'm pretty sure that anything that is related to horses, so like even zebras, aren't a thing in Uma Musume. Which also means that the Trojan Uma wasn't a horse, but a horse girl. Ooh. Aha, this might be it, an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from an Anchor staff's coat and read its content aloud. Work details: elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation, address Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in this studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and charge change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by coming through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, had the hour arrived for my debut as a detective forsooth. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective frogs that's been given to Roja, Ryoshu, and Honglu back then. Brother. Verily, I had foreseen that day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigans. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected, chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Can you play the thing fast check on every time the screen does? I can, but I don't. But I'm not going to. I already wasted an hour reading the first 2 parts. I think it's a little too late to mess around now. Okay then, we should get moving too. Holy fucking shit, combat. Finally. And you know what? Fuck, he's a fixed member. No! Alright. I should probably level them up. Probably. Oh wait, I have tickets. Holy shit, I have tickets. And the announcer, true.
앵두야, 이건 또 다 뭐냐?
Can't forget the announcer. Okay, since we're talking about hot takes, my hot take is that I actually like Blade Lineage Otis more than both Sinclair and Isang. My favorite Blade Lineage ID, Middle Ishmael. My favorite Blade Lineage ID is Isang. He used to clash like the goat. Take one, Ishmael. Fine. Once I figure out how to do support, there we go. You see, can I do filters? I can't. Okay. So we are going to be here a while. We are going to be here a while. Holy shit! Oh, even the facades stay on. Cool. Alright. However, I probably want to do something like this then. Why that maggot though? Sinking even a poise bleed ID? Brother! The other choice is fucking snack harpoon. No, you sank first then that's 2-star? Absolutely fucking not. Snack harpoon is goated to 2 clash power. Counterpoint, that maggot is AoE. AoE. I can't speak. We spent a long while rifling through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are just pictures of buildings, nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. They should at least replace bygone days with pink shoes. Rosé desire. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, executive manager, I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Engdu. I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that, team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Engdu. So it is with life, there is no undoing what has already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has already been slashed away. Not for you, mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Engdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware you have told me as much since long ago, whenever you were placed in a position to retrace the past, mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. In my belly, I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. That's this spot. Oh, the very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were the I can't speak. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words had been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then. Chiefly when I hear your sharp cutting words that I really don't wanna hear. Ah, is that so? Angus suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp-cutting words afflict you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Engdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Engdu said he had? Young Engdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray speak freely. This may have been a discourteous inquiry, but I err too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with a laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing a mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, all of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor had imparted unto me. Truly. Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness mentor's true self yourself someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Engdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stern ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit." I love her. Send your friend code. It's in the fucking description. It's been in the description since I started streaming. But super, no, don't say it, Klinken. I don't fucking read. True. We are Limbus players after all. None of us fucking reads. Forsooth, that too has been burdened with the trial of serving your superior. So that's what it was, I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this, whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. The same thing happened last time. When I saw Ancorp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was this same pop and with my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur. Until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Saying it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Anglo? Though Escort may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, not there. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the place, of the space where we stood. How's the interval so far? Pretty good. I have not been in a battle yet. I've just been reading for the past hour and 16 minutes, but it's been pretty good. I love Engdu. I love Kim. It's fun. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of light, and even the air we breathe, all of them point towards a single phenomenon. This. This is the depths of the Phantoms, Phantoms made entirely out of a distortion. There are completely different distortions where the Ancorp employees were just a moment ago. Manager, it's... This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Yup. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in bloodstained dopo robes. What is a dopo robes? Were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Angdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's the bamboo-headed dude? I am afraid he has already taken his leave. He said he had no desire to cross blades with the Chonokuns of Escorp twice. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager? Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, Executive Manager. Men, prepare for battle. Yeah, what's up, Camille? Welcome, Camille. How does it feel to be Camille?
어디 비록 좀 볼까?
Bro, talk more. I couldn't read. 2 assist units. Dimensional bag. Okay, and what do you do? Dock heavy arms. Offense level, defense level, minus damage, gain haste, gain poise count. Ooh. Okay, what do you do? Incapacitate and bind. Incapacitate. Constrict, hamstringing, avulsion slash escape cutoff. Head splitting memory. Gain bind. Gain clash power up. For everyone bind on target. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics created using Q-Core Singularity are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. The fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetics. Eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At the same time, they can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies, tracking traces, throwing the aura bond. And sanity jumble memories. Okay, bind, what do you do? Oh, okay. We know tremor and we know chokehold. Is it the same? It's not the same. Trust. What the Look at how the baseborn hunt the other baseborn to serve them up to the power that may be. Prisoner trust point arrangement. What? Escorts commands 2 sorts of taboo hunters, the royal censors and the Chunokuns. Agents of the royal court, the royal censor, generally operate alone, moving undercover to pursue those who have dared to break the taboo of Salpipiao. Chunokuns, much like fixer offices, form bands within their own ranks. Once an order or a contract to hunt down a branded is bestowed upon them, each band hunts its mark in the manner preferred by the head band. The hunt for Nobi knows neither honor nor dignity. Scouring hunter band is the same as before. Okay. I wonder what the Honglu ID is based on. No clue. Anyways. I can explain why she hates the middle. It's incredibly simple. She had skill issue on the first Ricardo fight, and she hates drawing chains. I have a feeling that she is currently drawing the new Otis ID. Oh, I thought it was gonna be Chris keep asking about Ricardo clip. No. She just hates drawing chains. Anyway, Vindret's more.
취할 때도 했는지 조련수가 엉망이 됐더구나.
You know, I think I'm playing this team as intended.
물어떨굴 수밖에. 저들의 목숨이 다하였어. 차단. 숨돌릴 틈을 벌린다.
Absolute win rate. I mean, the button literally says a win.
고수들만 남았으려나?
I think I used up my brain power for the reading. I can only win right now. Host, oh my god. Stop losing. For those of you who don't know, that
좋아하는 건 알겠는데
can I at least?
그래도 살릴 수 있는 돌은 살리는 게 낫지 않나 싶군.
Oh, it's a focused encounter. These enemies. The fuck you mean it's a focused encounter?
된다면 서울에 간다.
I have a funny idea. Alright. Klinken, whenever you say you have a funny idea, it's either the worst thing imaginable or it's actually fun, and there is no in between. So I'm hopeful and scared. You will see once you try to get another angle as well. So you put a facade on it, okay.
저들의 목숨이 다하였어. 숨돌릴 틈을 벌었는가.
다수가 버틸 판은 아니었지.
Wait, can I?
이제 좀
Can I?
고수들만 남았으려나?
Absolute dog shit. Yes.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Yeah, sprite resonance. How did he know? There you go. You complained about not seeing tree pride. So I just did 6 or 7 instead. Yield whose flesh to claim whose bones?
숨돌릴 틈을 벌었는가.
죄를
다수가
새겨주겠어.
버틸 판은 아니었지.
No
이제
clue.
좀 고수들만 남았으려나?
저들의 목숨이 다하였어.
망설임이 없도록.
숨돌릴 틈을
Even though I was the one who said it,
다수가 버틸
you
판은
got timed
아니었지.
out. You got slashed for the joke.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길
Incredible. Nothing happened? Absolutely. That should be all of them. Serving the area with measured alert, Engdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back to its sheath. They're not changing back? Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones revered them immediately this time round. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events. In a way, let us search for clues while time allows us. Right, you take that side, Engdu, I'll search here. Ezra and Engdu moved about as though they were used to this kind of situation, without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle. They began searching at the place. Really? Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings changed with so sudden a flash. Pretty, I cannot make sense of this situation. Could Touhou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, the location type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, it looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage probably, they don't usually get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. Then, those people. They entered this space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by that I mean when the distortion bleeds into a space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Haha. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' asses 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too. With a call, Ezra directed our attention to a row of collapsed people all around us, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are the glyph emblazed upon their headbands, Chu, bespeaks propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chunokuns, functionaries charged by scoring and hunting runaway nobbies. Yisang, fuck you. I need water. I'm drinking water. I am going to run out of water. Imagine I'll have to walk 2 steps to grab another bottle of water. Insane. Go get more water. I still have like 3 sips worth of water. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I too was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being disrespected of their stations in Escorp after all. So, it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening Escort's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobbies of the corruption. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends, for the brand of Topi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobby, the wretched Opelion conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power. A vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The Solgat taboo hunters of Escorp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey to thereafter frame the captured with invented transgressions? I think I also with Corman in our server get some PTSD because I mentioned Hyperdimension Neptunia. I played the first 2 games. I wanted to play the third one, but it kept crashing and I gave up. It's so fucking peak. It's exactly my kind of autism. When I played them, I made a million fucking screenshots of everything. Because I just kept laughing at every other sentence. I fucking love Neptunia. I remember nothing of the story, but I fucking love Neptunia. Wait, no, I know, fuck. I almost know the villain's name. Artmoir. No, I genuinely forgot. If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they only need a decree that he should bear the lot of a nobby, such is what S-Corp has become today. One problem, I don't have a controller, so I'm stuck with my keyboard. Unless it's physically impossible to play something on a keyboard, I'm not touching a controller. So thankfully that was not an issue for me. My mentor too is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor or Yisang? Or me perhaps, or none of us? You mean to state that maybe conceptual forms of Chunokuns generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chunokuns have appeared as the motive of this phenomenon. Consider the course of events we have seen so far. Would it not stand to reason that the distortion stains all nearby things with the memories most foul? The presence of Chunokuns suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis, in which case the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Bamboo-Headed Kim's or Engdu's memories. Engdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. Can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. I mean, I can do this. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only the team leader was here, cracking this would have been a piece of cake. And we're back, so this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and... Now actually, let's first drag that slippery hat wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Chunokuns. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. You located him? Huh? What? Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo-Headed Kim is right now.
누군가를 베는 건 생각보다 희열이 느껴지는 일이었군요.
Damn. Post fell off. 1/3. So you mean to tell me 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stages is 1/3. For no reason at all, I would like to ask, how long is this canto, or intervallo? Some MF still didn't give me Angdu fan art. Useless. Get on it. My god. 20 plus levels. 26 notes. How is this 1/3 in that case? What the fuck? Okay, who else are we taking? Take my Angduma. Fine. Add me, oi. You know what? I'll do that after this fight. I probably won't need backup units, but you know what?
그러든가.
I clicked off. But you know what? Just in case. God fucking damn it, I clicked off.
등롱을 밝혀 앞길을 열어라.
Now that's a banger soundtrack. Hell yeah. Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody hell, what's up with these gits? They're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem like escort fellows. And things were going so well. We could have talked it out with those federal guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know. But no, just had to go barking at them first. It would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contracted area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe their... not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the seconds they get a chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you lot gonna milk that? Excuse me. But you got a problem too, mate. Haha, no, not at all. Just wondering whether the gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that the end of your troop performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine McGowl with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. For a funny thing, in the final, just use the blade chip for your own mental health. So the funny thing is, I planned on doing that. But now it's less funny. His name tag though. I think it says LCD. LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance, huh? You stippler in literal lead. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you there's... Wow, he took out all those double-wearing people with just a single strike. I say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I'll leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades in Murim okay. Wandering blades in Murim tales never linger on the stage for long after all. Oi, Where the hell do you think you're going? Ah, damn it.
조심하는 것이 좋지 않겠는가? 모제사 씨께서도 누누이 말했지.
Okay, but like, why didn't we do this for the first part? And only the second part? Like, brother. Anyways. Don't fall off. They have a new effect now. Oh!
반듯한 일격이었어. 실로 군더더기였군.
그래, 그게 정석이지.
I'll be completely fucking real. I've never once witnessed this effect. Is this new?
도우셔야 합니다. 모제사 씨가 눈 감아준다고 자꾸 그렇게 눈땡이를 부리시면 저는 눈물을 머금고 다른 두 분께 이 사실을 실토하는 수밖에.
Did they finally give the Malkuth Rain thingy something? Or is it a blade lineage thingy? Yeah, which yeah? I asked two things. It's always been there on Monolith. Sure. But where the question again? Is this effect tied to Malkuth's Reign or a Blade lineage team? Because I don't think I've seen it before. The one where their feet are glowing. Malkuth, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, and since when is this a thing? Since Kanto 9. Okay. Since nothing. Since Rian. Of course, Rian got auto-translated. Of fucking course, Rian got auto-translated into nothing. You didn't read the new passives on the enemy. Sorry, I was too busy taking in the sights of the Malkuth's Reign. Let's read.
하수가 버틸 판은 아니었지.
Klinken.
고수들만 남았으려나?
Klinken. What are you doing to me, Klinken? Klinken? That's a status effect, my guy. Memory transition. Turn and lose one stack. If this unit has 0 stacks of this effect at turn start, certain units and effects transform. When staggered, recover from stagger. Once the above effect activates, reset memory transition stack to base stack. I'm tired. Same. Anyways, should I finally reveal the answer to the
모두께서도
poll?
저런 위험을 보이시며 배워야 할 것을 배울 때가 있었지.
I think it's pretty obvious. Of course I did not sleep.
본국 제일검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 의욕이 뭐 있다.
I've been awake since we did Steel Pet Circuit last night or this 1 a.m. with Vendra and the others.
혹시 아냐? 나도 앵두 너처럼 새검 하나 생기면
필요하십니까? 그럼 사드려야죠.
Briefcase
가격받고
corner
비지라도
point.
내서 제일 좋은
Weighted
거를
bash.
하나 장만해드리면 됩니까?
Arranged information. If this unit inflicted intelligence gathering on an enemy, heal 10 SP.
부디 그러지 말았으면
And
좋겠구나.
using a skill of identical rank to the skill photographed, skill power -5. Defensive skills and legal skills are counted separately. Nailing. On triggering tremor burst on an enemy, raise trigger threshold by pinning nail stack. Gain offense level down for every 2 bind, max 3. Turn start, gain bleed equal stack. Gain bleed equal to stack. On 3 more bursts, gain bleed count equal to stack. Once per turn. Turn end, gain bind equal to stack next turn. Then lose 1 stack. Steel plate slam, nail head strike. The same as before, intelligence obsession. And you are a different one? No, you are not a different one. Okay. Tonight. Lexi, tonight is like 8 hours ahead. What does that mean?
혹시 아냐? 나도 앵두 너처럼 새검 하나 생기면
필요하십니까? 그럼 사드려야죠. 값을 받고 빚이라도 내서 제일 좋은 검으로 하나 장만해드리면 됩니까?
앵두야. 네가 하면 농이 아니라 진담 같으니 부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나. 검은 지금 것으로 충분하다.
So funny enough, I just beat this entire interval with the middle team with pure counter.
혹시 아냐? 나도 앵두 너처럼 새검 하나 생기면
그럼 사드려야죠. 값을 받고 빚이라도 내서 제일 좋은 검으로 하나 장만해드리면 됩니까?
앵두야. 네가 하면 농이 아니라 진담 같으니 부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나. 검은 지금 것으로 충분하다.
저들의 목숨이
Oh wait, should I have damage rated this?
다수가 버틸 판은 아니었지.
Did I damage rate the other part?
보스들만 남았으려나?
I genuinely do not remember if I did the winning reads or twinning threads damage rate or I just win rated that as well.
나도 앵두 너처럼 새검 하나 생기면
필요하십니까? 그럼 사드려야죠. 밥을 받고 빚이라도 내서 제일 좋은 검으로 하나 장만해 드리면 됩니까?
앵두야.
Imagine having
이거
dementia.
하면 농이 진담 같으니 부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나. 검은 지금 것으로 충분하다.
I was too locked in on humongous chungus, or whatever the kids say these days. Dawn, what the fuck? I believed in you.
앵두야. 왜 갑자기 아무 말도 않는 건지 궁금하구나.
덧붙일 말이 없을 만큼 형세가 유리해서 그렇습니다. 귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 믿...
So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yeah, Blow just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a listless sigh, as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on, would it kill him to just give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him up in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sipping it off in the recovery ward, but nope, when the ALC got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising his personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongues for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. Which part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing, he wasn't just wandering around, he was outside, all alone, taking down the ring auto mannequins who'd lock down the elevator that leads into the LC department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemies out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Well, it's all thanks to him that the facility team managed to get the comms back up and contact the LCA chief way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. That they would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. The memes were almost right. Hor. Ah, fuck, I really shouldn't cough. And he went fighting even though he still wasn't fully recovered. So he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient, in a lot of pain. Why is bro becoming Freddy Fazbear? Because the memes were almost right. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope, he's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no helping it. Today though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in, saying it's done. My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Blob's got to be relying on his gut feeling, innit? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sot who doesn't know where he's stepping. His lips scratched at his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. Today is proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead couldn't have reached him. What happened? OBS said stream disconnected, and then it returned. What happened? You know what, I'm just going to pretend that it's working, and keep reading. My bossman Matthew said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. Stream froze for a second, nothing happened, there's nothing to worry about. Okay. He'd do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battering whales to blunt the fear, only to stumble around the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, point is, getting plastered right before a turf war's not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was the secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we came storming in and had them surrounded instead. I died in a car crash. Unfortunate. But I have a feeling that you got better. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard, and the boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, I was the one driving. No, don't be sorry, you were just doing your job. Sorry, but this really sounds like a Barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences, is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. We wouldn't have kept working so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition, more accurately an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is stored and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even foes. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes, when all has passed, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait, keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay, I suppose our team leader has her own reason for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my aging eyes. Oh, are you looking for a light switch? It's right here. And right then... Fuck, I was ready to do this. Don't turn on the light. I heard the Merceau clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Merceau, where are you? Ah, there he is, that corner. Is he washing something? I am developing the film role, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire role. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Didn't think you'd know how to paint photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I am carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first and now a darkroom. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film serial number either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected to the studio in some way. The image bears a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where did you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations in the picture with certainty, yet they all appear to have been taken at various places in Angkor district, buildings mostly. Hey wait, I know what those are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to the department store. Correct, the photos must have been taken by a docugrapher. Merceau chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. Gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Holy fucking shit, I hope you guys didn't hear that. So, outside my street, there are some people yelling. Which, you know, as they do. It's Hungary after all. We are all hungry. And then there was a giant fucking slap. Like someone was slapped in the face. And now it's quiet. Don't worry about it. Whatever he was doing seemed to be a part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Angkor. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of a professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixing standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job. Yes, they photograph the information to be poured into canned experience. A docugrapher, how could a person of such decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways to process film rolls, but in Anchor, you have to go to a dark room to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in a developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these darkrooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, it's pretty far from that photo studio. Huh? Yeah, now that you mention it. Check out these windows, they're only covered by newspaper. All messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know, films can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh, this probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just holding the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't wanna be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they are doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted, right? Manager. Verso came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Aren't we already doing that? Yes, however, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make this a separate request. Battle. There is no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be a cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after Anchor's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deduction based on the new events thus far, I make it clear that photo studio and this backroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Sinner Honglu, and Sinner Gregor have battled Anchor's pinframe teams in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Mercer is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, the initial rinse is finished, the process is now halfway done to composition of the second agitation. This indicates 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. The battle is imminent, please withdraw to a safe position, manager. Mercer, you should have warned us way earlier. Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Holy fuck. To be completely fucking real, I forgot that it was the over of a battle node and not the start of a new one. Brother, what are we reading if we are going into battle? Okay. You know what? Fair enough. That explains a lot. After the battle, something sits ill with me. Yeah, the fact that there was no battle. Amid the sprawls of Escort's backstreets distorted with the flash, Engdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead, and at the end of her gaze are those photographs. A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like a laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a Kumjul. Kumjul. Warding rope. At first, and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the darkroom and thus remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is mostly irregular. Indeed, the items we bought from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp, yet these alone remain as they are. Let's take them down and check them out ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Merso stepped forward and plucked a few photos off, and the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief, this distortion likes to change its mind, huh? It keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Mercer, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the liquid off it with a clean Brother. I saw it, it said disconnected again. It said disconnected. The dropped frames counter went up to like 700, and now it's back to 0. The fuck you mean it's back to 0 if I literally doffed like 5 seconds of stream? Brother. Just be sure I read it. Wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes. Exposure to light will not damage the film once development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. Holy shit, we get to see. No way. Budget. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them though, they all look cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city alright, ordinary folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make canned experiences? But was that? The scenery around us seems to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd also found strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's nothing serious. Maybe it was just a spell of a random vertigo. Is it even possible to get dizzy when I got a clock for my head? No. Mercer must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment, because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No? I thought you said the photographers take these photos put into canned experience. Raw ingredients for canned experience are handled exclusively by the Grande Magazine Sisfi. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisfi, what? Oh, I think I heard of it. The canned experiences, right? They're high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grande Magazine Sisfi. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as Experience Better, is supplied to reprocessing factories where docugraphers fine-tune the experience's details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune the experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for hotter canned experience is increasing by the day. So that's why photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experiences that can be easily encountered in reality is low in demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not images harvested for the commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for a desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo, that is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who would take the risk and help take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on a film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly express my thoughts. Executive manager. I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through the desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Agdu would have seen and remember. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even the distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in this photograph. Holy shit, I have lost it. Oh, good idea, team leader. Did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Angdu, can you get me the office catalog? We'll probably need a commission on office affiliated with the 7 Association. Let's look for one that can take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where to find these people. Dante says one of the people shown in those photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled my radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. Did we see her? I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, the issue. Heh. Roger, with you, right? Can you put her on? Okay. Roger, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec, I kinda went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from the street, they're so good. Hold on, I gotta readjust the pile if I wanna. Just throw them on TF, they're packaged. Ryosho, you can't treat food like that, okay? Bread has, bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think the baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This cupboard is rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? Just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Huh? Then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Mercer brought to me. Where's that bakery you're at? Motherfucker. I have a feeling that 99% of this canto is just reading. My fucking Enkepolim will recharge. You must read like I have. Brother, I'm probably doing more. Because I'm reading it out loud. I'm actively damaging my voice doing this. Your throat is calling for help. Actually, it's not that bad yet. Like, I can definitely feel it hurt. But not so much as when I did the Arknights one, or the Uma Musume stream. Or sorry, the Spring Cultivation one. I was actually dead after those streams. I don't want to say that the breathing exercises and learning how to fucking speak helped, but they might have helped. Because right now I'm only fearing the length and not the fact that my voice is going to die. Brat Queen. Ah, I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Canary 17, right next. He's a regular. What he just literally outrode Lei Hang 6 coin by literally one. That was a bit scary. Nah. Don't worry about it. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches to share with his co-workers. I haven't seen him around lately though. And those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform. Asking the question on my behalf, Otis shoved the baker another photograph. Probably he was always wearing one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us the next information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photographs that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Though I thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? How am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me a pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you were well acquainted with him? Or that? The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even said he'd throw in the docograph of the building of my choice. He docographs buildings, right? I hear he even takes work trips to the nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docograph of this lovely mansion I saw by the nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like, and gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Ahem, young Merso, are these canned experiences truly possessed of such marvels, to pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Does that mean that those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and the bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Yet verily, I confess my own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced canned experiences are made from base experience better, mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of Canary's production. Processing stages of the Canary's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also have been amended. Memory is altered for instant simulation. That does sound quite shady. How does this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventures and tales are forsooth inclined toward a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that the canned experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, impossible. Are thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in the instant use cans? Worse still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world, for the sweeter and more splendidly a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit of gallop toward it? Whether that engulfs its significance I cannot know, but they sell well. So how much will you be buying? By what? You came barging in here with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding up my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the persuader gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell are you keeping all that then? They even got to ask. Course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked into my coat pockets, so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we're scared of the other customers. Understood, given that the expense is made to facilitate this operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh nice, sesame rice for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hand and chomp into it. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread. Go. Ezra's angry fist dove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery next, roof and all. Best get away from here. Manager, Merce approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed the development of the film per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film in the canister you were shaking. Do I just unroll it? Display capture? Pray tell, what do you think? Sometimes is without the translation. It's ga. How in the fuck? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. What did Klinken word translate to again that one time? Soundbot? Klinkenbot got into soundbot or soundboard sometimes? And there was one other that I don't remember, sadly. But this time, Klinken didn't translate. I have nothing. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Ha, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit, let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? In the same pose in all of them? Huh? You're right. No, wait a second. See that arm here? The further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We are all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair, what's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, nudge the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fastly enough, the drawing stops looking like separate images and the figure starts moving. That class was called Introduction to Motion Pictures. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that it's a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangements of the frame suggest that this film strip is highly likely to constitute a footage, a violation of Ankor's taboo. Okay, I need a break. I need to refill my water and grab literally anything for a quick bite. Because, you know, I may have forgotten to eat before stream. I'll be like 2 minutes. Need me? Nah. I mean, you know what, fuck it. Since you're offering. What's up, Gunnar?
I'm almost fucking done.
Are you okay?
No, I'm having a mental breakdown,
Then
but it's okay.
then you can crash out on chat. Tell them how much you like drawing chains. How
I
you
hate
love
chains.
how you
I
love
hate
drawing
chains.
middle IDs because of the
I hate,
chains. Have
I hate
fun.
the middle. I hate the chains. I So yeah, as you can tell, I'm doing the fucking middle of this because I kinda behind. Because of the video doing drawing sheets. And this motherfucker, not just having a wolf foot with chains, or having chains on her waist, or having chains across her fucking chest because of the fucking sword, but no, also that fucking sword also has chains. And like I hate doing chains. I hate doing the middle. All the middle can fuck off. I really hope that there is not gonna be any more middle ID. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I kind of feel like that if I'm gonna distort, is probably gonna be because of the chains and the middle. So fuck the middle. I hate the middle. And I hope you guys also hate the middle, but I know you guys do not hate the middle. Yeah. And wait, I have to count. I'm a cunt. No, I'm not a cunt. Wait, no. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. I'm at 12 fucking layers down while doing one fucking ID. And we are just talking about an ID, not even an ego or some shit. So yeah, while you guys enjoying this beautiful experience by our dear manager is reading us, I'm having kind of brain damage, and not just brain damage, but like it's a pain. It's actually a fucking pain. So yeah. So yeah, don't mind me if I sometimes just write to the chat that I hate the middle or fuck the chains or stuff like that, because I'm in pain. I'm in pain, and I want to talk this shit out. You hate the middle of the That's a good question. Don't know. I mean, I think I'm not. I'm not. I'm just hating the middle IDs. Yeah. So what's up with you guys?
I don't know.
And
What's up?
I just have a question. How long is that shit is gonna be? Just asking for a friend.
I've been told it's 3 hours.
Oh.
We are not even halfway done, and we are almost at 3 hours.
Holy shit. Okay. So you are also having problems. Good. Feel the pain with me.
Well, Alexei, I'm not having problems. I'm fine.
Fuck you then. Fuck you.
I literally just
My-
left to make tea. And
My
that's it.
brain is melted.
You should have drawn Arknights instead.
Probably would be more melted. Like love, like melted love and stuff like that.
Or like Sinclair.
Like Sinclair, yes. We all love a good melted love Sinclair. Time to time, right?
We sure
yes.
do.
We sure do. Like I just counted like I'm in 10 or 12 layers down right now for one ID.
You should have
And
made
I'm-
Arknights instead.
And I'm not finished. One sword is still missing with the chains. I left that one to the last.
Oh, so literally the first form.
Yes, I'm almost done with all of the other forms. But I still miss the OG one. Like, dude. No.
Yes.
This is just this is just pure torture to me.
Yes.
I hate the middle.
We love suffering. Hardship builds character.
Hardship fucking builds character. Holy shit. I hope my character will be stronger than this. No.
So anyway,
Like-
you're doing Arknights next, right? While I'm still streaming, right?
No, I'm gonna almost at the time that I should probably get dressed and fucking go.
Weak.
Oh wait, no, I know. Okay, never mind. I'm fucked. Holy brain damage. Wait, what time is it? It's almost 4 o'clock. Yeah, I have 2 hours left to get ready with the swords, and I'm probably gonna get ready to go out with my gym bod. Yeah.
Woohoo.
I don't know how I'm gonna explain. Fuck. No, I can't explain. Explain.
You know what?
to him that what?
I think it's time to say goodbye.
Yeah, I'm first. Goodbye.
I think they understand what you were trying to say. Have luck, good fun,
Good fun. Good luck.
good goon. Okay, now that she's gone. It's time to talk about her behind her back. Holy fucking shit. Finally. Alright, support, Igmael. We take those. Don't care that it's missing an ego.
칼을 부딪힐 시간.
Could not give a shit. Switch screen. Nah, unbuild diff. You didn't switch the stream back. I literally made the switch perfectly, mind you. Right when the loading bar went away. Oh crap. As soon as I registered Mercel's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we gonna be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. My mind began to race, repeatedly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our entire team multiple times over. I felt faint. Also, I might not finish floor 15 this run. It's just annoying without all the gifts I needed. Clinker, you have to start over again. You can probably finish the run before I'm finishing stream if you restart. At least we had Vergilius with us then, and it ended up being not that much of a deal at the end of the day, since I could revive the sinners, but some nestables can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them still expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Maybe Faust, what will happen to us if this gets the manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying and we'll be fine. Anchor's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When Anchor dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with their commands and thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be a-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Because I had developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh, the court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration, however, it is very likely that my action will be deemed as aiding the primary variety of the taboo. Really? But Team Leader said that Ancorp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of the taboo violation. If the footage image quality or frame rate is within regulations, Ancorp won't be seeking their fixes on a bus right away, and that could buy us some time to give our company some leverage to make a deal, however small it might be, because what they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really unlucky, they actually just come and they actually come after us, it's gonna be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. So what exactly does frame rate with regulation entail? It means that the interval between each frame should be like super brief. So welcome back, not Camille. Welcome soundboard, bot, and Bandas. Holy shit. Think about photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Merso, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subject concerning Ancorp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? Otis picked up the film roll of the ground and showed it to Merso. That cannot be determined, unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Merso to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it against the sky. The rest of you, get over here, we must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled Experiment, so I assumed the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. An experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Otis and look up toward the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The tachographer couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Or if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo Headed Kin, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the window sill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backseat dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made the subject move more slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that when played sequentially would look like a footage that violates a taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the NES taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a Wings taboo. Fuck, forgot to read. Phew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test Ankor's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the infection points of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh? But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to carriers available in the backstreets. What's up, Klajox? Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transferred to a factory job in the nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so... Maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in 9 to 5 hell. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressures of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo Headed Kim, because he suddenly whipped around toward her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our group just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo, and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it. Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of this part of the backstreets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection? Right on. It made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone? So would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around the opposite street and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on the projector somehow. Alas, it is not a taboo of Anchor to view recorded videos. Pray tell, why would any insane mind? Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector, innit? Backstreet's blokes are down for anything, long as there's going. Aha. So, how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the Pinframe team have been just identified in the vicinity. They are all carrying the same briefcases. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tell the people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for, so they'll lead us to wherever we need to go. Indeed, at architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. Aha, and was it common for those plaid shirt fellows to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Collect evidence, please advise for. They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at us. Like they're glaring at... huh? Perhaps you could answer that series of queries yourself. Nope, this crowd sure don't look like they're gonna let us follow them. Ordered. Justice got translated to ordered.
귀하들의 전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
어디
Anyways, back to Mirate.
기록 좀 볼까?
Don, what the fuck? I trusted you.
반듯한 일격이었어. 실로 군더더기였군.
그래, 그게 정석이.
Don't wanna justice DoorDash. What does that mean? Oh, this tea is vile. Oh.
귀하들의 전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
어디 기록 좀 볼까?
물러서지 않겠습니다.
Okay, thank you, Faust. When are you gonna use my support angle, Ishmael? Once bro shows up. Also, I need to remember to get out from this screen and accept Rex's friend request.
저들의 목숨이 다하였어. 숨돌릴 틈을 벌었네.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
상대는 나야.
하수가 버틸 판은 아니었지. 이제 좀 보스들만 남았으려나?
Because I've still not done that either. Merso, what the fuck?
단수가 이어졌다면 아름다운 것 그렇지 않은 것
My YouTube was like 3 FPS. Right now I'm frying. Brother.
저들의 목숨이
By
다하였어.
frames.
숨돌릴 틈을 벌었는 발걸
차단.
하수가 버틸 판은 아니었지. 이제 좀 보스들만 남았으려나?
It really is just that simple. By frames.
귀와 요격.
Become a channel member to watch this stream in 4 FPS instead of 3, you know.
검수망 모드
다음번에는
YouTube did not wish to break taboo, so you got a slideshow instead. Be happy you're not getting visited by Arbiter.
모두께서도 저런 미움을 보이시며 배워야 할 것을 뵐 때가 있었지요.
과거는 과거일 뿐이지. 본국 제일검조차 아니었던 내게
Okay,
사랑할 만한 우영이 뭐 있...
I'll show this because it's incredibly funny. Lexi, you had to be translated. I think YouTube is telling you something. People don't understand what you mean when you put a space before the question mark. It's impossible to understand. We needed a translation, for sure, for sure.
사활을 건다.
몰아떨굴 수밖에. 귀와 요격. 그냥 삼수. 상전. 몰아떨굴 수밖에. 침착한
I
결과.
can't spell by. Yeah, don't worry about it. Happens to The Last of Us.
나도 앵두 너처럼
Part two.
재고만 하나 생기면
사활을 건다.
필요하십니까? 그럼 사드려야죠. 값을 받고 빚이라도 내서 제일 좋은 검으로 하나 장만해드리면 됩니까?
살을 베어내.
앵두야, 네가 하면 농야니를 진담 같으니 부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠고.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 우두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
걔가 할 필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
Oh, this images though.
돌아오고 있어요.
Just like that?
마치 사람의 형상으로.
What happened to the 5 hours of reading? What?
결과일 테죠. 이젠
Nah, 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 nah.
S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
Got fate on floor 5. Probably is this a sign that this run will be bad? No. Nuh-uh. The run will be blessed now. Oh my god, finally done. That was a horrible run. You were doing Magic Bullet Otis, right? If I remembered correctly. If I don't have dementia. Yeah, not gonna lie, Klinken. Even if you get the correct egos, it will still be shit. Like, I've never had a Magic Bullet run that wasn't horribly painful. The only reason it was possible was because her Esto is blunt for the middle gift. Yep.
착수.
귀하들의 전투는 늘
Silver having zwei Greg in your super passive have truly ideal choice. Hell yeah.
비록 좀 볼까?
Don't be a stranger. Join us.
발검. 차단.
Join the cult of the deep, dark blue.
귀와 요격. 함수. 정리노화.
반듯한 일격이었어. 실로 군더더기였군.
1 megabyte big, what the fuck? I have to do 7 of this solo. Remember to fight the horse as early into your run as possible.
발검.
For the authentic 7 Otis experience. And also get thrill. And damage. Like actually get some useful stuff. Because... holy fuck.
저들의 목숨이 다하였어.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
아, 하수가 버틸 판은 아니었지. 이제 좀 고수들만 남았으려나?
대전
단수가 이어졌다면
I'm starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
피하네.
Where is Pride Res? It's the evil boys love team.
저들의 목숨이 다하였어.
This one hates Pride.
물러서지 않겠습니다.
아, 하수가 버틸 판은 아니었지.
검주먹 모드.
이제 좀 고수들만 남았으려나?
살을 베어내고 뼈를 깎는다.
모두께서도 저런 미움을 보이시며 배워야 할 것을 뵐 때가 있었지요.
If you want the real question, I have no fucking clue.
본국 제일검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 우영이 뭐 있다.
Like it's just gone.
아, 혹시 아냐? 나도 앵두 너처럼
Polish with
친구가
pride?
많아지면
Yes, we have pride.
그럼 사드려야죠. 갑을 받고
Happy Pride,
빚을
everyone.
갚아서 제일 좋은 검으로 하나 장만해 드리면 됩니까?
앵두야, 아 네가 하면 농이 아니라 진담 같으니 부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나. 검은 지금 것으로
뒤와
충분하다.
요격.
Vretmond Vendo.
혈이 낭자오.
뼈를 깎
Pride is still a sin. So is Lust. You don't hear people complain about Lust.
아, 혹시 아냐? 나도 앵두 너처럼 새검 하나 생기면
벤다
필요하십니까?
사월을
그럼 사드려야죠. 갑을 받고 빚이라도 내서
뒤와
제일
요격.
좋은 검으로 하나 장만해 드리면 됩니까?
정리놔.
앵두야, 아 네가 하면 농이 아니라 진담 같으니 부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나.
I think my brain shut off,
검은 지금 것으로
unironically.
충분하다.
Like, right now I am just sitting back, sipping tea, and pressing win fucking rate.
흉터의 결
Just now? Yeah.
조심하는 것이 좋지 않겠는가? 모제스 아씨께서도
You know what, two enemies. Fuck it.
달라진 행동에 주의하라고.
즐겁겠군.
At least that tea. Nah.
내가 찾은 나만의 행위 방식.
I wish I could tell you what this is, so that you avoid it. It tastes horrible.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 우두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
개가 할 필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
Of course it did your win rating down.
돌아오고 있어.
Maybe I should
뒤틀림에서
do
다시
the
살아나는
forbidden damage tech
탈수의
instead.
방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠.
Ooh, question mark
이제 좀
enemy. Ooh.
S사로 떠나기 전까지
Please
제가 현장 출입팀에서
go into
무엇을
fight
배워가면 좋을지.
and then talk after the end of the fight.
그대, 이 검이 필요하오.
God fucking damn it. Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Phew, well, at least they're not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service Decos is not a combat specialized department. While they have all undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they are not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they stepping away for then? Whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for the higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kinda see how they could think we're involved in this somehow. Every time they followed the lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Mercer stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notion in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim... Hey Mercer. I was stuck. I was struck by this sense of brief, yet distinct strangeness, and was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you wanna say, but unsure if you are supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you order should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was deflatteningly concise and direct, as though he had some rule of his own that told him this was the specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my questions. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, I prepared answers written down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so with a curt, "Sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. And I did so. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mercer's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together. Damn, only a year? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager, yes. Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over here. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. Be right there. The brief lull of battle came to a close, and battling enemies were precisely at the time Mercer had predicted. We made our way into the building. Bloody hell, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does Encore have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. Aha, it is a wing after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they are the ones from the subsequent reports. The Anchor fixers appear just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experience containing mass melee combat? Mass melee combat? They must have thought our current map level would suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report that one of them's all of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery, and immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. The exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chinook-kun's faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly, with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Man, shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, Otis thundered in a commanding voice. Gah! I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video. Executive Manager, even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit! I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Engdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in Encore gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's command. Okay, remind me to share an email with y'all later. Possibly emboldened by Kim's command, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred by subduing violators, the Ancorp employees who also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a comical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on a black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindingly consuming fake experience after fake experience, even without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224, you are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hollow vessel, bereft of all but a lingering delusion, grants not even a brool of echo to the dogged... These words do not exist. Excoriation of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Clang. Without even so much as turning around, Bamboo at Kim raised his sword and parried away the Ancorp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only spraying as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no conscience. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindingly blah 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 is repeating the same sentences over and over. Now, that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone has an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the Ankor's employees' attacks, as though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I really have only known. Only thing I have really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? Try to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when the distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of phantoms of one's heart is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver, conjuring dead followers before the eyes of their mentor, simply unconscionable, rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. In that split second, I think I saw Merceau's eyebrow twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps. Pop. A blinding flash, followed by an explosive bang. My vision immediately went white and decided to take its damn time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of escort, followed by bamboo at Kim, surrounded by a small army of Chunokun. Mentor. Keep that up, and you'll shout me death, Angdu. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still, do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat? They might bind and drag you away. This isn't so bad, is it? It's just these folks so far. Unlike earlier when... Another flash. What? What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to shift rapidly before I had a chance to ask Faust what she had meant. To the one who finds comfort settling in lies, I give you what most deserves, Your Grace. Oh. Bollocks, I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Merceau identified, there was something different about the group of Chunokuns this time. They were accompanied by someone else. A warrior, in impressive armor wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor and the great fondo of the Soul Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waist guard and knocked an arrow. Yes, arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyeong-eop. I really hope that's how it's supposed to be said. How do you fare, friend? At the signal's arrows loosening, seize the accused. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chunokun began to swarm us. Peak OST time. Also, is it time to turn on
조심하는 것이 좋지 않겠는가? 모제사 씨께서도 누누이 말했지.
the Touhou?
갑작스레 달라진 행동에 주의하라고.
Fuck, I drank another sip. It's so ass. Ah. Okay. Meme reminder. Let me grab the email. I am going to read out. You might have to read for this fight. Nah. If win rate fails, I'll switch to House of Spider Yoshu and do it that way. I ain't reading shit. This isn't that stream. You know, go to a more literate. Sadly, the enemy passives are low. Okay, I will read. Go to a more literate
그래, 그게 좀
person if you want. If you want to know how this fight works. On that, give +1 ego resource to the least on effect. That's kind of cool. It's the same. I'm guessing those are also the same. Yeah, sure looks like it. Okay, what do you do? Oh my fucking god. Okay, so memory transition. Sword. 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 Fixed panic. Dujeong Brigandine Sol. The Eastern Warstride armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. S-Corps Dujeong Brigandine is one example of such armor, much like Orkov's powered armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West. The Dujeong Brigandine greatly augments the user's offense and defensive capabilities, combat capabilities. Yet, these advantages do not mean that armors of such potency are readily supplied for combat personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. The fuck you mean? What remains certain, however, is that as with all aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the Dujeong Brigandine's extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the power of slaughter. The Sword of the Homeland, S-Corp's traditional art of swordsmanship, it is also divided into three branches: Sol, Pi, and Piao. Within their teachings exist techniques to hew and cleave through creatures of colossal stature, such as Sanguns. To perform them in full, a swordman must wield a great wando capable of bearing the strain of the techniques. There are those who persevere in training for lack of talent, then there are those blessed with talent only to let it rust. All men say that the title of Apex Blade can be seized only by the gifted. It matters not until the day comes for this blade of mine to rise high enough to meet the clouds. I shall persevere in honing my prowess. Developed memories. Cool. Eventually, enemy passives will include the entire book of Dante's Inferno. Okay, not gonna lie, that would actually be kind of peak. Okay, I'll do this much. So, to the email that I was teasing, that got rudely interrupted by a reading. So I've been getting messages or emails about sponsorships. Not the kind that actually pays money, mind you. Just reply back, we give you a free key to the game, make a video on it. This kind of sponsorships. And I have not taken any of them. I have not tried out any of them. Some do actually look kind of cool, but you know. However, because these guys were rude enough to message me while I was streaming, I shall read this one out.
귀하들의 전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지.
Yeah, fuck it, good enough.
벤단.
어디
Discover Hyperwire, a resource management roguelike space shooter. Hi Silver, hope you're doing great. I'm working with Hyperwire, a 2D pixel art roguelike space shooter with a plug-based resource management mechanic. Wire yourself into sockets, gather upgrades, and unlock ships as you explore a procedurally generated galaxy with roguelike elements and challenging bosses. Link to Steam page. Hyperwire will be fully released on July 2nd on Steam, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, 5, Xbox One and Series SX. Would you like to receive early exclusive access so you can play it with your community? Plug-based, fuck. Main features: tactical, plug-based combat. Master the balance between immense power and limited tethered mobility. Deep roguelike loop. Navigate procedurally generated sectors and master a researchable slow-mo system. Extensive customization. Pick up batteries and discover plus 250 plus combinations of bullet modifiers and 40 plus upgrades to customize your build. Fleet variety. Choose from 10 plus distinct ships and rescue stranded pilots to build a supporting army. Massive boss battles. Engage in intense combat against several massive bosses, guarding the end of each galaxy. Retro aesthetics. Built-in game maker, blending innovative mechanics with striking pixel art. Looking forward to hearing from you. All the best, Jay. Thank you, Jay. That's my guy.
과거는 과거일 뿐이지. 본국 제일검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 이유는 뭘까?
Okay, you know what? Let's actually look at the game. Hyperwire. I mean, Hyperwire. Oh, there's a free demo. Oh.
혹시 아냐? 나도 행도 너처럼 새검 하나 생기면
필요하십니까?
There you go, Jay.
필요하죠.
I'm giving you free advertisement. Free of charge.
덤으로 하나 장만해드리면 됩니까?
Actually, that's... Oh my fucking god, it's loud. Ah, so you move and you attach the plug. Because it's quite literally a plug. You attach it to different things and you have to wait around for it to lock on. And then it's attached to your ship. I see. Free marketing for free. Plug and shoot. Hell yeah. Anyways, go check it out if you want to. There was a guy that was based enough to actually send me a code for one of these games. Unfortunately, it wasn't from JF Games, so it wasn't Jay. It was for a slot machine game called Charlatan, a roguelike slot machine game called Charlatan, and it actually looked good. And I tried the game out and it was actually fun. Let's go gambling. You know what? Fuck it, go back to display capture. I was only invited to the playtest for free and all that, but it was basically a roguelike. Play it on stream instead of Limbus. I love gambling. I mean, these guys were actually based enough to send me a code. However, because you know it's still a fucking gambling game, sadly I had to decline. Let's ignore the fact that you know I'm supposed to be streaming Limbus. No one cares about Limbus. We want charlatan. Okay, wait. No! The playtest ended. I guess we'll have to wait until the full release. Guess we have to wait until the full release. Can you play the funny gambling way? Wait, actually there's an elephant you need to address. Address it, Silver. Oh, right. Flash Phenomenon Projector. From Memory to Record. Location type distortion, photo lab. Okay. Do you have anything new? Nope. Okay.
벤단 4월을 걸.
Nuh-uh.
저들의 목숨이 다하였어.
망설임이
신들리
없도록.
벌었는가?
What the fuck is in Hitler's Fullness and why are you playing it?
이제 좀 보스들만 남았으려나?
I'm glad you asked.
생각이 많아지니 저런 실수도 나오는구나.
I am so glad you asked. So, it's time to play the funny game. Switch all, max, go. I fucking love highs and bones. Wait, that was actually easy to find. What the fuck? Yeah, get fucked. Oh wait, no, that's censored a different spot. Basszul verészak. I'm washed. I haven't played this game in a few months. However, I am unironically impressed that I died to that character and not the fucking the one you have to watch. I expected very much better event. That was nearly nothing.
벤단 4월을 건너
Brother, that's 26 characters on max difficulty. Also, that game is unironically hard. I may have streamed that game to completion for a hypothetical birthday stream that happened in February. Those streams were peak. They really were. The final boss of the arcade was so fucking bullshit that I had to make 2 streams for it. When are you gonna play the sequel? I am streaming the update when it drops.
귀하들이 살끌리는 전투를 좋아하는 건 알겠는데. 그래도
I am actually streaming the update when it drops. I have the game installed so that I know when the update drops. Froze, why you got to be like that? Because I think it's just banned in the UK. I mean, it's either that or you have to verify your age. Because, you know, Steam is funny. Oh, I can get the OST. What the fuck do you mean? You can buy the OST of the game, of the porn game, but you can't buy the porn game. It says I need to verify to access it. Okay, let me try and help you out. Let me check if it's on Humble Bundle or Good Old Games.
귀와 요격, 겨냥 삼수, 상전. 그렇지 않은 거.
Nope. However, it is on itch.io if for no reason at all. For no reason at all. You wish to do something funny.
귀하들의 전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
어디
Okay.
좀 볼까?
So I heard that I should attack this guy. Can't I just do this? But like on him? Maybe. Guess we'll find out. You know what? We deserve a little treat. A little command meltdown.
차단, 함수, 장민화.
It's so fucking funny that the only thing I remember from the Lost to Railway was a little bit of command meltdown.
전공 모드 마크 셋.
Brother!
동주 상구 같은 배를 탔으니 돕긴 도와야겠지. 물론 나 말고 앵두가.
모두도 도우셔야 합니다.
Okay.
모지스 아씨가 눈 감아준다고 자꾸 그렇게
So as I was saying, a little bit of command meltdown.
저는 눈물을
벤단,
머금고 다른
사원을
친구에게 이 사실을 실천했어.
뒤와 요격. 균형 삼수. 상전. 정민화. 아득한 여정. 멈추지 않는 시대에서 희망과 미래를 찾아 스스로 답을 구하게.
96, almost the funny number. Too bad, so sad. Holy shit, bro has a bow. Bro has a proper bow. I wonder if it's a bow blade. No, it's a proper bow. She has a sword and the bow separately. I can cry. I feel like I can shed tears. Holy shit.
그래도 살릴 수 있는 돌은 살리는 게 낫지 않나 싶군.
I didn't believe this day was possible. I heard something else, but I will not say it. Okay. That's good. Probably.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
You know what you need, Windate? Let's go gambling. Ezra! Ezra! Ezra, what the fuck? You were supposed to log the fuck in.
다음번에는 뵐 수 있겠죠?
All heads?
오호라. 나가 시원시원.
Damn!
보는 재미가 탁월하구나.
모두 그 주전부리는 어디서 가져오신 겁니까?
응? 이거 말이냐?
여기 있는 귀물들의 가격이 얼마인지
Bro popped ego.
쓰러기를 그렇게
Yeah. I mean, if I have them, I might as well use them, you know. How are you getting hit by everything. Okay, you don't need to get hit by anything. Okay, good to know. Surely you will kill him.
물러서지 않.
Surely. Thank you. I did not know the new Honglu is BL. My BL sucks growing. That was Isang. I shall set my form. Alright. Just a little more, and I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens. But, yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing when that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. We make our lives a whole lot easier if we could get rid of just one of them. Battles seem to be taking a toll on the sinners more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Engdu were here to help us out. But... shite, haven't they had enough? About time they gave up, innit? Oi, don't you go legging it again. That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they are the key to solving the distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit is blocked, and it ain't like we can stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply do not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or In Gyeong-op, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Engdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in the area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to stop wrecking my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know if there's any way we can deal with this endless reinforcement N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating In Gyeong-op or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to enemy stronghold, but there's an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too, but maybe if we can neutralize this distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Phantoms at our exit. Dungeon of the Phantoms? But how can I enter if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe. During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, he says that all you have to do is read what's on the note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flashes take us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're all still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to the Dungeon of Phantoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Blenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, one of them has to be photograph. It's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. If I may, perhaps experience may be one of them. Isang put his 2 cents in, having briefly retreated from the battle to the backlines. Silver, can you talk more? Quiet, you're scaring away my ego gift. Okay, there is an undercurrent. of obsession, with experience staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what caused his distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to Ancorp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely, thinks Faust. Alright then, photograph canned experience. Naught seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experience? So that's what the strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. But it was clearly not enough to force open the dungeon of the Phantoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were all taking turns in sharing what might have caused him to distort. Going by the way, folks, you were saying your pieces one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, but where the scraps come from. See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off to work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest to it. He has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in a low, so conspicuous so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lighted prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards a Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was in the end nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent on scraps of heap and apartment. In pursuit of his Yisang, the man has lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drifts through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. Sorry. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eye. No, I had seen that look once, in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I had heard it in his voice that echoed in his phantoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps. Like inserting a final piece of the puzzle, the space before us momentarily warped and flashed. Opening a pathway to the distortions, Adams. Well done. We'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's Phantoms. Yeah, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had redirected her focus from her discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the dungeon of the Phantoms, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off the Ancorp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run now, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, the bamboo-hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arms not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omented place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe that this was about more than just staying behind to protect our real. He was... What the fuck? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was going to fly? What are you trying to avoid, Sword Singer? You are not some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that entering a dungeon of phantoms will bring one to the spiritual phantoms of the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. It's decided then. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk in blind to a place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework like summer reading doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as the summer break comes to an end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. Ariashki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework, save the GPA! Face the scene, save the ego. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too, LCB. I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show ya why team leader must have felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a monster of a week situation for team leader and me back in our duo days. I can handle them on my own, no problemo. I wanted to see how you guys handle the inflection point. Inflection point? I keep fucking mispronouncing it. But I guess you can never really have it all. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to trust our two austere team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. My mentor. Be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Angdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? Mere jest. You needn't worry.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 우두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
개가할 필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로.
Okay, I'm gonna guess that this is the last one.
절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지
Fuck everyone else.
5, 4, 3, 1 시작.
If that's how everyone's been living, then my life, my photograph too. So this is S-Corp too, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was upped when we emerged from the entrance of the dungeons into S-Corp's streets. What greeted us was a distorted and eerie scenery I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp-themed haunted mansion. It's a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth. Really, I think it has a cool vibe. Vibes my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I had contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the phantoms of those it gazes into, Kim had said, perhaps this is how Escorp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that choga and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it would be a respite solemnly mine, yet in this mirrored world another has walked here before my arrival. I joined him in looking up at the thatched roof of that choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. I'm Gyeongo. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call it at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree, it's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day to have such an odd occurrence transpire twice successive? The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high-end noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lovely mercenary fares? You know me. She certainly knows her jest. She marches forth vested in war-strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonite yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why, who else might she be but Military Commissioner Yeongyeo, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet as grand as the principal. Aha, not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is a rhetorical tactic known as backhanded compliment, in which I demand you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinand have no wit to engage in such banter? Why, am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? Yeah. This was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. Incredible. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled. Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well, rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it. Though I must admit, the rumors of your short tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, Bamboo Rainer, a man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exile himself to the backstreets. Yet with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth and scattered heart did he find the path of the sword, another way into the nest, as the right state councillor sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man-butchery as a viable way of life. Direct any compliments you have towards the right state councillor if you will. I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Aha, not a compliment, just a word on the street. Ha, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and spell it out as bamboo-headed Kim. Thank you. Haha, and thus he continued to veer away from the line. I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, almighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill maneuver, I would have laid you out and split you into 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue trapezing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from the distance for a while now, and really, stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give you free rein to continue trapezing outside the line. I couldn't in no good conscience turn down such offers of kindness, not that I ever do. You sure have a way with words, a way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps, yet are such japes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Or you speak of the game of... Suggeon. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing rocks at passerbys. See that one? Beyond that is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of Piao and Seoul in particular found it to be distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and the downtrodden cheered me on to a degree. They found it cathartic. Oh, curious. Then, is it a right deed or a deed not right? Piao, Seoul, whatever is it that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is also known by its other name, Piao, Agro Industries. A wing specializing in the general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles, responsible for different aspects of the industry. Seoul P and Piao, each meaning flesh, blood and bone, respectively. Seoul responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains, Piao responsible for meat and livestock, and P in charge of the technological aspects of both. As a scientist and a researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested and keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S-Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie solid. The Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief slate councillor and monopolizes a rise as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once the right state councillor toadies to Sol and rises to the seat of the left state councillor. When such a shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguish cries of suffering floods the streets. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collide like that of an emancipated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield? An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of Escorp. Ho ho ho! And the people whom thou have targeted with thy rocks were. They weren't people, rats. Rats! Oh yes, Councillor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. So you purposefully threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground, knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Well, I simply could not help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there aught you find funny? Speak if you do, I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds, the gall to scamper away with their expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown into the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when you'll stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state councillor. Return to this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ha. She's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drinking fellow I had left behind in Escorp? I must say, I myself found that relationship most intriguing, that a military commissioner of the Sol faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state councillor who was of the P section. Still, I knew not that fellow was none other than the military commissioner of Escorp. Engdu's eyes had gone wide in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to a second ordinant official, a military officer with a command over high-ranking employees of the ring at that. Well, I was in the service of the right state councillor, who was first ordinant, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, have ended up in exile from Escorp. Yes, your silence over matters of such great import is why I have come to introduce to others as a reticent one, Mentor. We had made the Blade lineage our home, for Escorp availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seem intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes before moving on. We followed without a word. Why the fuck is it so long? We emerged into a dark, muggy cavern filled with air so stale it felt almost staling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to four-way fork in the road. A constant, powerful gust howled through one of the paths. Another was filled with a metallic tang, the smell of blood. Then there was a path that was entirely silent, and the last one echoed with a harsh noise of sword striking a sword. Which path should we choose? Okay, pick for me. I want to do the sword clashing one. That's the one that occurs to me. Sword clashing is good. Okay, hell yeah. Just how many people are fighting up there? We must proceed with caution, Executive Manager. There may be a battle underway. Seers all look disconcerted at the strident noise of metal against metal. It is an unmistakable sound of battle. We stood ready in troubled silence as the sound of war only grew louder and louder until they come to a sudden silent stop. A pedestal made of stacked stones appeared before us, though none of us knew how long it had been there. Atop it was a red accessory, the kind one would hang at the bottom of the hilt. I mean, I am doing Arayashu, so you know.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
You know what, actually, I'll do the smart thing and keep them alive for the first few encounters, just in case there's a check that I need to do, and their sin type is good for them. Unless there's literally zero checks, in which case feel free to spoil me and I'll murder everyone.
생각이 많아지니 저런 실수도 나오는구나.
There is a couple of checks. It's RNG if you get them or not, though. I see. I mean, makes sense.
모두께서도 저런 위험을 보이시며 되어야 할 것을 나서 반드시
과거는 과거일 뿐이지. 그래, 그게 정석이지.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을
혹시 아냐? 나도 형도 너처럼 세금 하나 생기면
필요하십니까? 그럼 사드려요. 값을 받고 빚이라고 내서 제일 좋은 검으로 하나 장만해드리면 됩니다.
Many times to spend all my stating in Arknights for more building materials. I've been spamming the fucking tickets one
그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나.
for a while now, because I wanted to unlock all the special intelligence reports or whatever they're called,
저들의 목숨이 다하여
just to be done with them, because I do plan on reading them as well at some point.
이제 좀 고수들만 남았으려나?
한쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TDI의 멜로디가
Right, check the new assist unit out. Alright, Bamboo Hat Kim is with us. Bamboo Hat-less Kim.
이제 친해졌네요.
A stream has hit the towers, unfortunately not during story streams.
능히 이길 것이라
Even though I literally opened up the porn game and looked at gambling and whatnot.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말 아닙니까?
Excuse me. As we were slowly looking around the streets of Escorp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. The youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination, akin to a public employment policy in Escorp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problem began. As far as he knew, people who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the unexpected turn of events, he wandered away from the exam grounds in search for his escort, lost his bearings, and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we could help him with directions. What should we do? Let me ask the group if they can help. Ryoshu, can you help? Ryoshu opened her mouth to begin, stopped, and then turned around to where bamboo-headed Kim and Hangdu were. I am not so well versed in the geography of this area. Perhaps Mental would know better. Come on, Kim let out an audibly disconcerted sigh, then walked up to the youth to give him directions. And take off that royal celebratory flower crown. You don't want people to know that you passed the exam. But why would? It's for a good reason. Just do as I say and you'll thank me one day. The youth stared back at him in puzzlement before seemingly deciding that giving proper gratitude for Kim's assistant took precedence. He handed us what appeared to be a small ceramic vessel. Ah, might this be a water dropper for a brush calligraphy? Though you may have no practical need for this, for I see none of you are much acquainted with the art of grinding ink against inkstone, I impart this gift to you in hopes that this dropper may form a small flow in your rivers of life. Fuck, I can't speak, huh? Though it would have made for a rather moving moment, did nothing for that exaggerated scoff Kim gave. The youth hurried on, he spat without minding the sudden discourtesy. Angdu later asked Kim what had spurred his sudden outburst, but he did not give her a reply, instead choosing silence behind pursed lips.
해왔던 숙제들에 비하면 별것도
Picture water dropper. It's alright.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
30% extra damage though. Okay, you know what's 30% more damage? Killing people. Anyways, what do you do? Brand? No. You know what, let's start with sanity. Deep-rooted regret. Yep, makes sense. UGT. Upon entering combat, gain that bearing of a Salsu, swordplay of the homeland, no way, blade lineage mentor, yield my flesh to claim their bones. When this hit takes damage that brings the HP down to 0, nullified, it cannot drop for turn once per encounter. At 30 plus potency, fix the sweet speed to 20 next turn and equip Yield My Flesh on the leftmost skill, so it healed because it actually doesn't activate. Okay. So bro is funny.
감상은 어떤가요?
Bro is dyslexic. Okay, what did I fuck up? After 4.5 hours of pretty much non-stop speaking and my brain being completely shut off, I'm not even surprised that I messed things up. I am happy I can form words good.
본국 제일 검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 우영이 뭐 있다.
감상은 어떤가요? 이제 각
Starts with regret passive, then he's OP. Mm.
그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군. 뜨거울 거
Goodbye, Otis.
조금 많이. 내거
You really were the best of us.
가져갈 수 없을 거다. 낫도 방도 지워 숨을 다하도록 배워낼 것.
그래, 그게 정식.
To boost your brain activity, you must administer 50ml per palinka to your vein. Well, here's the thing. I don't have palinka.
생각이 많아지니 저런 실수도 나오는.
Unfortunately, I fell off and don't have palinka.
시연합니다.
Flavor is upon you.
이게 심장. 잠깐 좀 이게 심장.
당신을 죽여라.
Goodbye, Honglu.
내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
You will not be missed.
아프잖아.
Goodbye, Don.
최선을
You will not be missed.
모두 진정하십시오. 저들은 모종의 방법으로 다시 회복할 수 있을 뿐더러 모두의 친하게 하지 않습니다.
I mean, it makes sense that Honglu's skill 1 rolls like 19 with the conditionals, because the fucking enemies roll 80 with a fucking negative coin. Holy fuck.
보는 재미가 탁월하구나.
모두 그 주전부리는 어디서 가져오신 겁니까?
그려낸데
이거 말이냐?
여기 있는 괴물들의 가격이 얼마인 줄 알고 부스러기를
By the way, is it actually possible to let Kim die? Because, you know, bro almost has 1200 HP.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸.
Like, you actually have to actively try and kill him.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 우두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
But why did Kim so much he lose the clash? No, that's why he's so good. Because he can lose that clash. Looking at you, fucking Blade Lineage Merso, the fucking fraud. I catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Onward at Kim lets out a sigh, but before he even fully exhales, who was there? A sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? Claim that we are prison guards, unsheath our weapons and stand ready for battle. Unsheath. You are not prison guards. The one who called us stood there for a moment, nonchalantly trying to gauge us, even as we stood with our weapons drawn. Then she walked towards us in a gait that could not be called aggressive. But instead of chatting with us, she called upon a figure sitting inside the prison. Would you care to explain who are they and what happened? The one-sided exchange continued for a while as she tried various lines of questioning to chat up the figure inside the cell, but it was to no avail. Might as well be talking to a corpse long dead. She let out an exasperated sigh before turning to us. Are you not here to visit him as well? Might you be those who share his purpose? Yeah, I think we are. I actually leaned into the fucking monitor to look at, bro. Oh, skincare! You have finally found your purpose. Visit that fool? No!
주인께서
No!
생을
No! I fucking hate that they placed the skip button here. How could you skip it? Years of muscle memory of the skip button not being at the bottom right. Almost 3 fucking years since the game came out, they decide to change it. Anyways, slash skill, yeah, looks like slash.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도.
Ooh, the deployment limit went down to 6 from 7. Ooh. No, it can't be. My life is. The experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas, Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I distorted, did you? I must say, it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Then this must be, indeed, the right state councillor's estate. Someone who I had once protected, though thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Angdu. Take a tall step over or you might trip. There were bodies splayed about the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt faint, watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torso split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could hardly even tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councillors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You are looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remember what Escort's logo I saw in Kim's phantoms looked like. The heads of these corpses are, or were missing, are adorned with the same logo. Oh my... what? Wearing. I read wearing as missing. Oh my fucking god. So why is bamboo-headed Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupted land, the Rice State Councilor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in Escort, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the left state councillor, with the chief state councillor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army, but they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kinda like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. This is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company whose employees outwardly appear to be all working for the same side is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. I think this special reading has caused you to develop minor and major brain damage. No, I already started the day with that. I started with 3 hours of Steel Pet Circuit in Warframe, with the Art Slave, Vendra, and Tan, who I was introduced to as Kant. So you know, it was absolutely peak. Who was introduced to me as Kant? Sorry, I had to correct it. Is Warframe that painful? No. Circuit was painful. Steel Pet Circuit takes about 3 hours from start to finish. And it's a dogshit mode where you repeat like 5 game modes, each after another, and you'll select roguelike upgrades that barely do anything for your build, because the weapons and the warframe you select are also random. So you end up with a warframe that needs something, and then you never get that fucking upgrade from the roguelike shit. And we were constantly talking shit to each other. Yeah. And Lexi was constantly dying, and we said, Lexi, oh my god, stop dying. And then Tan was dying. Tan, oh my god, stop dying. And then Vendra was dying. Vendra, oh my god, stop. And then I was dying. Silver, oh my god, stop dying. And we literally gave each other brain damage. It's already dog shit, and we make it worse. I didn't die though, me neither. And then the defense objective died too. Right. That happened. So the problem is that it's still Pet Circuit, because you go for 3 hours, you reach a level cap. The enemies are level 9999. They literally can't get any stronger. And you can still kill them just as easily as before, because you have a bunch of bullshit power-ups. Brain damage between friends is part of the intended way. True, however, I would like to say that the session started with Lexi being a fucking creep. Trying to find an image of Vendra. Because, you know, she can explain herself if she wants to. But I am putting you on the spot. Because, Lexi, what the fuck was that? What assassins there had been in the past at least wore mechs to hide their allegiance. I had thought this was no different, though the assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Lexi was just thrown under the bus. Yup. Not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though the left state councillor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate councillors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I can't. I have failed you, councillor. There were simply too many of them. as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the Chancellor or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the Chancellor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state Chancellor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, Chancellor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misleads. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is repaid with this steel. Only by such vengeance shall the Chancellor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I've thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the Right Chancellor. I see that you've been hard at work. Accursed parasite, I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some guy you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right State Councillor who toils day and night in the service of the Royal Court? I know the assassins were sent by the Left State Councillor. Out of my way, I shall collect your head once my task is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly despair of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Arrest that mad butcher. What? This accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the revered Right State Councillor arrived at the Royal Court. This audacious, contemptuous effrontery is an affront not only to the Royal Court but to the heavens and men alike. The revered Left State Councillor, who has long been in disagreement with the Right State Councillor on matters of state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councillors are slain, the bravery and justice of their honourable horse trampled upon the ground by this villain, and now the villain promises death yet to another pillar of the Royal Court. Thus we are perforce to arrest this criminal and restore the rule of the law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the councillor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councillor, might you be looking for the Right State Councillor here, alive and well? My lord. The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, "Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army of the Left State Councillor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now, don't take this as a compliment, as you are not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you the Ungeon, but you have been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, Escorp is, indeed, a pond of turbid water. It was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered Right State Councillor. 1,000 curses upon the villain in his quest for the Right State Councillor's life. The butcherous man has already watered the ground with Escorp's labourers, the very lifeblood that runs the veins of this most serene wing. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Councillor's sworn bodyguard, Kim Lib. Anyways, good night, Camille. Han. Heed us, O villain. Han Ho Bei. And let the aura bonds take you. You fall and fall, my friend. You were once considered a candidate to honor the Ungeon. And with that brand of the Nobi sapping your strength, even your mastery of the blade will only dull. Are you here to be my executioner, Gyeongyo? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking, nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. The Chancellor has abandoned me, there is no path forward. Sapipio Argo Industries is more corrupt than I thought, rotten to the core, this is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why, are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game, where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 9 star points on the board? And find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you are as good as inconsequential. I report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palms of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. Escort's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid. Yeongyop, come with me. There is no hope left for Escort. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing their rigged game. Listen, they might have 9 stone advantages over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den, but wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Escort, yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escort. You know who I am? I just go with the flow. Yes, do as you will, go with the flow, be whatever you want to be. But I am just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to Escort. That's all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterward went stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gyeongyop had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw, but as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was on the endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in the losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form begins to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage one by one leap over the wall and approach us, like the projections of Kim's darkening phantoms. That from his memories, films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impressions a person gets from viewing a photograph is malleable. Then they must be after, yeah. Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Holy shit. Thank you for your service, Sinclair.
어디 비력 좀 볼까?
What we doing, by the way? Alright. Might as well do that. Yeah.
시연합니다.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라.
That Kim Ji-hoon backstory is so deep. Is Bamboo-headed Kim actually supposed to be a self-insert? Because I've not thought about that yet. At least not after today's stream. Not before today's stream. Fuck.
그 주전부리는 어디서 가져오신 겁니까?
이거 말이냐?
여기는
What did you say I should go on for floor 4?
그렇게
Either Noon of Violet, Full Stop by a Bullet,
불이 꺾인 것 같네요.
or the Christmas pack.
했는지 돈은
The
좀
non-Boggak version, because the Boggak version has terrible gifts that pollute the pool.
그려낸 대로
We got everything from Limbus. If you have an evade, then Full Stop by a Bullet for sure. If you have an ID that can do both bleed and charge, or
필요도 없어 보이니.
one of the two and sinking, then you should go Noon of Violet.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말 아닙니까?
But Full Stop by a Bullet is generally the better one. Kim Sol, then yeah, it's Full Stop by a Bullet for sure. I mean, with the ego, he counts as a bleed ID as well. So you could actually take advantage of filial love. But Full Stop by a Bullet has implicit contract for more stagger damage, Dark Smoke Pipe for attack power up and more damage. Actually, that shit gives more damage if you have a Pride skill, and Kimso does. So that should be good. I achieved the ability to distort the poor in your server, and I thank you for this. Hell yeah? Someone carrying a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder leaped into a haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of Chunoku's torches in hand rushed in from the same direction the man had come from. We saw a criminal who has coveted the kingdom's properties flee in this direction. Speak up if you have seen the wretch. The Shunokons began walking up to civilians, questioning about the criminal's whereabouts. Despite all having seen the man jump into the haystack, all of them shake their heads and refuse to give up the criminal. Are they hiding him for some reason? So the chicken, having made their way through the crowd, approaches us as well. What do we do? Point them to the wrong direction. Yes. I mean... Okay, what's more likely? That bro hits a single head, or that she hits all heads? We are shooting 3 heads, but Merso is funnier. That's our guy! So he went that way, huh? Appreciate the assistance. As a group of Shunokons hurried toward the direction I pointed them towards, the men crawled out of the haystack. Seeing that Shunokon had gone, some of the civilians walked up to the men and gave their thanks. Good work you. Can't have those vile schnookers take a noble thief like you away. A thief of the people. They're all wretches, I say, wretches. So well fed while we starve. I bet they all breed rice if you got them. They returned their gratitude with a polite bow, then approached us. You have my thanks. I did not expect to be shielded by outsiders such as yourselves, but this is a welcome surprise. Who am I, you ask? Well, I have no name to give you, but it seems that the common folk have taken to calling the like-minded the Blade lineage. I am only stealing the sacks of rice the corrupt officials have stolen, and then returning them to where they belong, just as Mentor Bambuet and Kim had once done. Ahem. Kim squeaked out a small, embarrassed cough. I've lingered here too long. They've already on my tail again. It's time about fuck. Even in a hurry, he begs us to moment remages to resack, produce a few packages of food. Take these, it's not much. That should be quite filling for those on the road like yourself. Gratitude and inventions, after all, share a common quality. They are both debts to be repaid, eh? With that, he withdraws into the shadows. I was already maxed out. Brother. Brother, I was maxed out. Brother.
거미집도 지금까지와 앞으로의
생각이 많아지니 저런 실수도 나오는구나.
Okay, what do you do? It's one-sided. Do you clash? You don't clash. Okay.
그려는데 낫도 방벽시 숨이 다들 배우네.
모두께서도 저런 위험을 보이시며 배워야 할 것을 뵐 때가 있었지.
Plus 13 and the hidden boss is Rian. Oh no.
과거는 과거일 뿐이지.
Well, good luck.
지금조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 이유는 뭐 있다.
이 반응은 적의 기세가 풀이 꺾인 것 같네만.
취하기라도 했는지 두는 수가 엉망이 됐더구나.
그려는데 배워낼수록 배워낼수록 원망과 위협하지나.
Okay, I am finally out of the garbage tea. Thank
이
fuck.
순간이 파도 배워내리라.
You know, I brewed myself a cup thinking that, oh yeah, the tea should be good for my throat and all that shit, and you know,
그럼 사들어서
and then it turned out to be the worst thing in existence.
그려는데
So that was fun.
앵두야,
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라
Sans!
벌써 어딜 가십니까?
걔가 할 필요도 없어
아흠.
보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
You know what, I want to see the clear statistics.
그래도나 보시겠다는 말 아닙니까?
Honestly, I'm not surprised. Not even a bit.
반드시 팬다.
Ooh, you can deploy 5 here. Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of pets. My hand hesitates with no room to place the stone. Misjudgment, burgeon, when contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains is to naturalize that one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know, this place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest quest to make, is it? I expect to find Im Gyeong up in there. Im Yeong-yeop was a woman of loyalty and principle. Even as a military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the ways of the royal court was. The way the royal court was. But even she must have broken in the end. I scoured the newspaper and the TV for anything I could find on the current state of Escort, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concern grows uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion, reflecting upon your memories. Did this, Im Yeong-yeop, appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Yeong-yeop wasn't like that. Yeong-yeop, I still believe that the Solipepyo Agroindustries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious, corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current Escort. You know, that's what I'm not talking about. I'm just a wanderer floating down the river's flow where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me the undeserved fate. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to Escort. Whence I had fled, shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? You think I'm satisfied with the way Escort is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your bias. If you enjoyed those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind to try bring change within the limits of their principles. Only hope that one of those bends in that river of yours would float you back to knock on the gates of Escorp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at the least seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Yeong-yeop, second ordinand of the Solipepyo Agroindustries, official of the sword and military commissioner of the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate.
생각이 많아지니 저런 실수도 나오는구나.
Oh yeah, fuck you, give me 4 skill ones. Yeah, so good. Okay, this music is a banger. Okay, let's see. Ox Splitter, Bear Splitter, Bear Spine Breaker. Damn, chill the fuck out. Sword of the Homeland Sol, reassume stance. Sword Honing, Orolus, Guard Form, Counter Form. Okay. Yep. I think I read that too. I read that. This flesh I claim. She has yielded my flesh. She has yielded my flesh. Lucy's encounter if this unit is killed. Okay, it actually seems fairly simple. So far, at least. Do I care? Probably not. I should be fine.
그려낸 대로 이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
Kim stole it from her SMH. True. Nah, mine was. I should have expected that it had an unbreakable coin, and I should phantom step that first to avoid getting hit.
귀하들의 전투는 늘 낭부를
In 3 years' time, bosses will get 3 rows of 9 skill slots.
기록 좀 볼까?
Holy, the ego makes it that you can constantly lose yield my flesh. Cinema. Actual fucking cinema. What do you do? Draw off the sword. Can you like not though? Because you fucking suck. I mean, what? Okay. So we start by taking it over. And everything else goes against me. Okay. Yeah. Why are you hopeless? Don't be hopeless. Be hopeful. It's 15 plus 1. What the fuck do you mean 15 plus 1? Game? What are you on about? Huh? How does it turn into... What the fuck do you mean? 15 plus 1. Sword of Salty. Which one? This? Base power minus coin power plus. Base power plus coin power minus. Ah, probably that. Damn, imagine reading. Okay, you know what, fucker?
그려낸 대로
Come at me.
세 번 배웠다. 과거를 1000번 간주하여 미래에서 1000번 거슬러.
I need to activate the ego for the damage increase, so might as well.
반듯한 일개도서 실로 군더더기였군.
낫도 반듯이 숨이 닿도록 배워내.
Back to max sanity. Love to see, love to see.
이 순간이 닿도록 배워내리라.
Oh damn! Oh damn!
모두 진정하십시오. 저들은 모종의 방법으로 다시 회복할 수 있을 뿐더러 모두의 친구가 아니지 않습니까?
I don't actually know what the envy skill does. Hell yeah.
스스로가 그러지 못하고 있으니 영 믿음 안 가는 훈수겠지만 한 수 잘못 뒀다고 후회하기보단
Lost
다음
by
수를 잘 둬야 하는
a single coin.
안 그러냐 앵두야?
예, 그렇죠.
Thank you all so much for being here. This stream was incredibly fun. Why the fuck is there not a retry button? Like, brother. Pain. Pain. Oh look, event ID.
제가 분명 말했죠? 뛰어봤자 벼룩이라니까요.
Cool. Right. Right, I still have these. Is this what being poor feels like? Doing pulls one by one. Maybe. I wouldn't know, I'm too rich. For no reason at all. How many lunacy do you have? How much lunacy do you have? For no reason at all. Like 80, I think. How? You had like hundreds the last time I checked. Or thousands. Okay, blood.
볼 것도 없이 처형이군.
조심하는 것이 좋지 않겠는가. 모제스 아씨께서도 눈을 내렸지.
And how was your guys' day?
그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
I spent all my day watching this stream, so today was horrible. True! Have you thought about maybe not watching this stream so that your day could be better?
바로 그거다 딸래.
I know, crazy, but
아무튼 슬램.
you know, maybe it does work.
모두께서도 저런 위험을 보이시면 배워야 할 것을
숨을 다들 배우네.
반듯한 일격이었어. 실로 군더더기였군.
Kill everyone in the final fight, I guess. I'm thinking I kill 2 or 3 before the final fight, because I can only take in 5 at the same time.
그럼 끝이다.
앵구야, 네가 하면 놈이 아니라 진담 같으니
Or alternatively, just
부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나.
keep them alive and then they come back and, you know.
절대죠.
혹시 아냐? 나도 앵두 너처럼 새거 하나
양밤이
생기면
떠올랐어요. 필요하십니까? 그럼 사드려야죠. 값을 받고 빚이라도 내서 제일 좋은 검으로 하나 장만해드리면 됩니까?
앵두야, 네가 하면 놈이 아니라 진담 같으니 부디 그러지 말았으면 좋겠구나. 검은 지금 것으로 충분하다.
그럼 끝이다.
제가 보기엔 이걸로 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
Decent. I played some shit then got himself ego in one multiple, and I have been constantly pogging about the fact that it makes Kimsort actually good.
낮도 밤도 지. 숨이 다들 배우네.
그래, 그게 정수지.
원망도 몇 퍼지나.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 믿.
Wait, does the ego mean that I have to do a solo with Kimsort as well?
없어 보이니 방에 가서 세상 돌아가는 모습이나 보려 한다.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말 아닙니까?
God damn it. I was so happy that only 2 IDs released, and I didn't have to,
교류회.
what's it called?
설레네요.
Catch up with like 10 IDs for the solos.
조심하는
But
것이
I also
좋지
started streaming Arknights.
아씨께서도 눈을 말했지. 갑작스레
I will never catch up with the solos. Unless I do multiple solos in a single stream. Which, I mean, I can.
반듯한 일격이었어. 실로
Just like old times, huh?
생각이 많아지니 저런 실수도 나오는구나.
쳐다보고 우리는 멋있는 건
갖고 놀기. 틀렸다. 그쯤 해줬으니 포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군. 그렇다. 바로 그거다 딸래. 낮도 밤도 지.
I did Engdu Ishmael and Escort from Lu solos back to back yesterday.
저런 위험을 보이시면 배워야 할 것을 발견했어.
Negative 90 rolls are evil. Yup. Especially outside Mirror Dungeon, cause holy fuck.
자랑할 만한 위험이 뭐 있다고.
That shit do be looking scary.
어디까지 가고 있을지.
당신들
모두 진정하십시오. 저들은 모종의 방법으로 자주 회복할 수 있을 뿐이다. 모두의 친구 아니지 않습니까?
들리세요?
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가.
Ishmael, no.
파우스트, 신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란다.
Did Ishmael just die on her own? I have no idea what you're talking about.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든 시간들의 아우성이.
저를 보다
보여드려야겠군요. 해도 왜냐면
좋아해. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
그리 쳐다본들 신우들이 돌아올 일은 없을 겁니다.
I think she actually did.
행두야, 그 말은 많이 아프구나.
예, 압니다. 하지만 더 많이 아프셔야 합니다.
Do I still get the buffs? That's all I care about. Do I still get the buffs? Okay, you do.
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 배워냈군.
그럼 끝이다. 자,
준비한 기믹은 이게 다인가?
자.
촬영감이 지금 친해졌네요.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸.
What happened? I'm back from eating my crumpler liquid sausage and you started the dungeon.
여자들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 모두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
개갈 필요도
I got to the
없어
boss
보이니. 방에 가서 세상
I got
돌아가면서
one shot.
지나보려 한다.
and I couldn't reset the run
말 아닙니까?
because it threw me out and Ryoshi was still dead.
주인께서는 아직도 소생을 이런 허접한 일에나.
So,
마침내
you know. Just casually redoing the dungeon. You didn't read it again. Klinken, it's meant to be lost.
같은 배를 탔으니 돕긴
그려낸
도와야겠지.
대로.
물론 나 말고 행두가.
모두도 도우셔야 합니다.
Looks like killing everyone by Ryoshi was not a good option. Nah,
모두께서도 저런 미용을 보이시면
I've no idea what you're talking. What the fuck is that auto-translate?
숨이
과거는
닿도록
과거일
배워냈군.
뿐이지.
반듯한
How did now becomes well?
실로 군더더기였군.
What the fuck do you mean?
이 반응은 적의 기술이
Of course I'm not going to read.
취하기라도 했는지 두는 엉망이 됐더구나.
What do you take me for? Someone who's literate?
원망도 얕아지나.
I'm sorry to say, but that ain't me, Chief.
이제 갖고 놀기 틀렸다. 그쯤 해줬으니 보장 좀.
감옥 확보. 이연
생각이 많아지니 저런 실수도 나오는구나.
거긴 킬존이다. 이 순간이 다들 배어내리라.
오호라,
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라 믿.
I mean,
벌써 어딜 가십니까?
if you were streaming, then I'd recommend you do it. Because it's funny.
테레비나 보시겠다는 말 아닙니까?
해왔던 숙제들에 비하면 별것도 아닌 일이다.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
귀하들의 전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
어디 기록 좀 볼까?
However, you are just going to lose. And it would only be funny if you were streaming.
모두께서도 저런 위험을 보이시면 배워야 할 것을 볼 때가 있었죠.
과거는 과거일 뿐이지 본국 제일검조차 아니었던 내게 자랑할 만한 일용이 뭘 있다지.
Okay, but think about it. Just, you know, maybe casually hop on Discord,
적의 기세가
start streaming, and then ruin your run.
조는수가 엉망이
Just
됐더구나.
casually, you know.
배운 일이라.
Extra casually.
낮도 밤도 진 숨이 타게 배어내.
오호라. 나가 시원시원한데 보는 재미가 탁월하구나.
그래도 그 주전부리는 어디서 가져오신 겁니까?
응? 이거 말이냐?
여기는
Next round, what?
반듯한 일격이었어.
그쯤 해줬으니
군
포장자 한번 벗겨야겠군.
생각이 많아지니 저런 실수도 나오는구나.
그려낸 대로
It's weird watching Ryoshi become the strongest side I'm too used to the shows.
우두? 벌써 어딜 가십니까?
개가할 필요도 없어 보이니 방에 가서
Now, I
세상 돌아가는
love that
법이나
the
보려 한다.
difference between this and last season is
다는 말 아닙니까?
quite stark, or what's the correct word?
볼 것도 없이
The deploy limit went up to 5, to 8 from 5. Huh. I guess it becomes lower because I kill my
귀하들의
IDs.
전투는 늘 낭부를 불러오지. 기대하겠네.
That makes
어디?
sense.
기록 좀 볼까?
It should be fine. Oh, you literally can do shit. Well, then do that, I guess.
이 순간이 다 배운 일이라.
Like last season, you actually had pretty much everyone in the same team. And then this season, you still have everyone in the same team. And then you kill them.
뜨거울 거다. 조금 많이.
It's honestly really fucking funny. Holy shit, is that Carmen?
최선을 다했다고 말해주시게.
Is that the Carmen?
이 반응은 적의 기세가 불이 꺾인 것 같네만.
취하기라도 했는지 조는수가 엉망이 됐더구나.
Hey, brother, it's hopeless. What are you trying to achieve? Oh, it's also hopeless. Brother, fuck around and find out, I guess. That will turn into a red coin, and then I'll be able to evade, and then you probably won't die from just that, and then actually skincare. Read the red skill, please. Nah. But I'll clash it. Only because... I mean, I guess I can also clash that. But... yeah, that ain't happening. Why are infos on the minimum? Cause I don't fucking read.
시연합니다.
이 순간이 닿아도 되어내리라.
I'm the guy who proves that the game is beatable without reading.
그래, 그게 정석이지.
Brother, you messed up the evade. Brother.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
I see I can't treat, I just vibe. Yeah, pretty much.
이 정도는 죽음이라지만
숨막히도록 견뎌와
별을 잊지 못해
절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했어.
생각이 많아지니
If I don't read, it cannot hurt me. Literally. Nothing bad ever happens from not reading. Okay, I think I know what I have to do now. Because some of y'all, you know. Oh! This is incredible storytelling. You see, on the blue skill, the arrows are pointing up, while on the red skill, the arrows are pointing down. Unleash the Ira. You know what? Yeah, sure. While we're here, you know, while we're here, I don't know if Morositas does anything. Oh, it does. Would you have done something about it? Why are you unopposed? The fuck are you trying to do? That's a skill one and you are faster. Why are you not clashing? Why are you watched? Wait, are you lower level? Can't check your offense level. Fuck. That's about you. 66. I don't think Morositas works on assist guys. Unlucky. Okay, so that I don't need to worry about. So, considering that the arrow is pointing down, I should probably clash that. And then I guess evade the rest. Okay, I have Ira. Red is bad, blue is good. No, both are good. You know what? Fuck it, I'll clash them both.
그려낸데
It's that easy, I'll just clash them both.
불사이군. 그럼 안녕. 몰아친 것. 처절한 원문.
Oh no, counter form. Whatever shall I do now?
숨이 닿도록 배워내.
Wait. Don't. Do not stagger. Yes. Okay, we win.
기울었던 판세가 조금이
Unless she has a fucking mechanic that stops her from dying.
몰아친다면 지금이 기회일 거야.
In that case, we don't win.
그리 쉽지 않을 상황이
However,
있는데. 어디 구경이나 해볼까?
fuck you.
그려낸데 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 세 번 베어낸다.
Okay, we roll heads now. Yes? Yes? Yes. Okay. Good boss.
반듯한 일격이었어. 실로
She's not as powerful as I recall, yet weighed down by the brand, I am not so far ahead or behind. I don't know, I think you're doing pretty well. Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet he's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him, seeking the end here is he. Can you afford to look away in a duel? That was a fucking clashing sound. What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? No comment. The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and the military commission of S-Corp is neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in the contest of might before it comes to a close and in a final, fatal bout. When the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Good, let's finish this. Just as Bamboo Hat Kim and Im Gyeongyo readied for their final bout, Engdu lived in between them. Engdu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared, I am terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me, my mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my pet isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were the blood red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I admitted that this game cannot be won? That, mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Engdu, I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time that you would cast away your own creed and life? What other weaknesses will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The Blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I've had it enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, mentor, I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows. Even the horde that sowed death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words that I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor, that is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Engdu and Imgyeongyop were knocked away from bamboo hat at Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there, a hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one, indeed. I did wish to become a blade. And what did you do? Forged me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. And be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, innit? He ain't distorting. I think he is an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is certain indeed, yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears, I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire it to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman Imgyeongyop readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live, and I suppose you will be okay with that. Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends alone. In bamboo veiled, we dipped from shore to shore. With wine, I don my head to watch the bloom strong. In mirth, I doff that shroud to moon adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. He to me, bamboo-hatted one, speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch.
귀하들이라면 능히 이길 것이라
Shut the fuck up, don't ruin it. Cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. The photographs rapidly fall away from reality, perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlaid upon the phantoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The phantoms of escort slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the phantoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the backstreets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker, always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. I can't speak. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You wanna be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion in a nest, a legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cover in fear just by going on a stroll. What you get from those scans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get high on fake purchased experiences nailed into a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all. No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experiences after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Merceau's face. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Merceau? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Merceau. Huh? A figure materialized into a human form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him, another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Behind me, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of phantoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint she glows, she does grow. It must be that distortion's power in waning. Hark, accused one. For these are your crimes. The crime of fomenting chaos in a foreign wing, while impersonating Chinoquos of Solipepio Argo Industries. The crime of exploiting the suffering of Solipepio's Agro Industries downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own phantoms, and, though it may be a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without a royal decree, Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accused is sentenced to death by beheading. And before we even had a chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the docographer's neck, decapitating him. Oh damn, they actually show it! Can an entity of the phantoms slave on outside it? Such an instance has here therefore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Gyeongyeop is a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumples to the floor, Im Gyeongyeop's shape slowly phases out of reality. And we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there, no way, don't tell me that headless corpses. We found a large group of injured anchor staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the docographer. Please tell me this is the last one. Yep, right on, gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Good work, DICE. Taking her radio back in, Ezra commanded us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kinda sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... well, that's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success, since we managed to eradicate that distortion from Anchor, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked toward Angdu and Kim with a light-hearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's a real win of this mission in my book. Phew, the point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear I'm never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indulgence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Angdu, would you mind releasing the hands of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Angdu's voice no longer as bored as it had been in the Phantoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to more relaxed selves, I knew. I can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, cause that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen. In any case, fine, you are released. Phew, you've given me a good, horse shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Angdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your ham released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Of course, I only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened the last time I let you do that? You rotated my body and arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into chips. You mean crisps? Don't sweat it, I can rewind that. By now, I've already grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have ought to ask thee a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how as we battled Encorp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And they are those who were sent to identify and capture the one who had violated the taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, it is no mystery why we had come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they were taking photographs to report their locations. Recording footage is taboo in Encorp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down cases for a person is by photographs. Thine words hold water, yet most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh hey, that sounds like a question for Merso. Given how often I had to rely on the information Merso had provided me in this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my question the right way and pull the answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but since he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen... Merso, do you remember how many pictures of us the Encorp stuff took? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action, so did you get a chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Oh, who is it? Who is it? Me? I make for a fine model if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under boots approaching us, louder and louder. What the heck? Encorp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen, we had to, because of the distortion, see? It is as she says, the scare miss was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation as you have recommended, but we are here for a different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Merso. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Merso did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of Encorp employees. Please confirm that you are Merso, formerly one who nails, and a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Magazine Sisyphe headquarters. Confirm. By the degree of the Giants, you have been expelled from Encorp, with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the Eviction Regulation, you have also been informed that remaining in Encorp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it in entirety. Confirm. Very well, then. In keeping with the regulation, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hand behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Merso? Merso stood calmly with his arm behind his back, stood as the Encorp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not. I did say you should have warned us earlier, but your reply was just, I will follow these instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to NCorp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your arse? What in the bloody hell do you think you are? Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize NCorp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonable, justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're just about to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away. This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending an uncomfortable glance at the NCorp's employees. So, where are you taking him? Retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Merceau into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us like 1,000 hot needles. Merceau, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. 6 hours and 10 minutes. However, my throat isn't killing me, so I think I actually managed to do something about that. Because after the Arknights stream, I was actually suffering, so I had to look up how to speak properly and how to breathe. Because breathe, not breathe. Because you know, I had trouble breathing. Because I just always have a cold or some shit like that. Can you look for my Ishmael support before the stream ends? I want to make a funny joke about it. Fine. Fine. Let's go by level and you should be... I don't remember. I genuinely do not remember which one you are. I'm the G Corp Gregor. It shows the facade icon. But not what you have it facaded to. Alright. Yo, it's the good number. Start the dungeon again with it, I guess. It's brother, nah. Duh. I have almost 200 friends, Klinken. How the fuck will I find out which one you are? Just right. Okay. I am giving you a single attempt. If you do not show up, the stream's over, I guess. You did not show up. Okay, you know what? I'm feeling generous. 2 attempts. Well, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but that's all she wrote. Should I just explain the joke? Yes, please. Explain the humor. The jokey joke. Sloshma. I mean, it would be funny. It was a Middle Ishmael facade, referring to the joke from earlier that Middle Ishmael was a boy's love ID. Okay, that is funny. It's a shame that it never showed up. Not fucking once. Well, actually, Middle Ishmael would probably love boys' love. Middle Ishmael really like boys' love, so it's even more accurate than I thought. Yeah. Absolute fucking cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. I think I have brain damage. Yo, potential man. Drink some beer of your choice. Fuck. You earn to rest. Drink some beer, rest your voice. I read that as beer of your choice. Not rest your voice. Oh my fucking god, I'm cooked. I'm actually cooked. Cinema. Fucking cinema. Love it. Absolutely love it. Drink a bear, not a beer. True. I should just find a bear, take out a straw, and a drink. Probably through its eyes. Okay. I'm actually going to end stream for real this time. Are we waiting for Glupo now? I'm waiting for the song to end, because it's only a minute and a half. But you know, if Glupo shows up, that's an extra. I turned off the game's audio. Why was it still playing? Did I misclick? Anyways, goodbye. See y'all next week.